morning and welcome to the third and final day of Group A action. By the close of play today, we will have our first player through to Saturday night's finals night. It is, of course, Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main who currently lead the way at the top of the table, both on 14 points heading into today's action, so it is very finely poised. Before we tuck in to today's action, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Moreno Blom, when he had opportunities, he took them, but it was the scoring power which at times eluded the talented Dutchman. As for Jelle Klaasen, he nailed this 1-3-2 to get the better of Danny Lauby. However, it was his only win of Tuesday's session. As for Danny Lauby, he was the player of the day, an overall average above 93. He also had the highest average of the week, averaging 104 in his match against Dom Taylor. As for Taylor himself, he's currently in the top 3 race and beat Jelle Klaasen once again yesterday. He was the first player to do it. He's now done it twice. As for Jack Main, a strong showing yesterday keeps his hopes very much alive for contention in winning Group A. He hit this 150 to beat Danny Lauby in the first game of yesterday's session. But it is Jelle Klaasen, still the man at the top of the table, courtesy of a superior legs difference. He's on 14 points and is looking to progress his way through.
Yeah, expertly talked through there by Henry Deacon. I'm delighted to be joined by Chris Mason. Henry mentioned it there, Danny Lauby, one of the standout players yesterday. Some really, really good quality performances from him. That's what we expect to see, isn't it?
Yeah, he averaged over 93 for the day yesterday and some big finishing. You've seen that 1-1-4-1 in there. There's also another one against Klaasen and a 1-0-1 to win the match in the end, 4-3. And he was the player of the day. And again, a little bit unfortunate not to collect more points than he did. I think he's left himself a little bit too much to do from here, but priority for him is getting in Group B.
Yeah, that's really been the tail of the tape, hasn't it, for Danny Lauby? The performances have been there. He's just not picked up the points to match those performance levels. But we can have a look at the league table with 15 more games to be played in Group A. As we've mentioned, it's Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main who currently lead the way. Jelle Klaasen top, of course, because of that superior legs difference. But how do you see things playing out today? Because our second match of this morning's session sees those two clash. That is going to be a crucial tie. Yeah,
that could be key to who goes on to win this Group A and take their place in Saturday night's final. They play in our second match. At the moment, Jack Main is 5-2 to win the group. I can assure you, if he beats Jelle Klaasen in that first game, he will go odds on. I think the only place up for grabs is between Dom Taylor and Danny Lauby. Jelle Klaasen, as we know, is a little bit under the weather, got a bit of flu at the moment, so he's struggling and full of cold and flu medication, so not feeling great. And yeah, Moreno Blom is just about him now, consolidating that position at the bottom of the table, but building some kind of momentum for Group C on Thursday and Friday, and just almost using it as a feeling out process, just to get a bit of practice and try and work out what he's doing wrong. At times he's played some beautiful stuff, but ain't over for him, as we know.
Yeah, and we were talking about it off air a little while ago. Jack Main, if he were to win that first game for himself in that second match of our session this morning, that confidence, he's the type of player that's going to really, really thrive, and maybe that could get him over the line.
Yeah, I think he's all about confidence. You could see how still devastated he was to not retain a tour card this year. He was down in the dumps Monday, looked a different player yesterday, like right across the board in terms of scoring, finishing, managing the poor moments, managing the good moments. Yeah, and I think, like I say, I think that second game is key, even this early, to who goes on to win Group A. Yeah,
well, we've spoken about some of the numbers from yesterday. Let's have a look at some of the ones that really caught our eye. Of course, that high average from Lauby up above 104. That was the standout performance. But what catches your eye when you look across that?
Yeah, well, you look at the player at the bottom of the table. He had the best leg of the day yesterday, an 11 from Moreno Blom. But I thought we had a 10 yesterday. I'll have to double check my notes, but I'm pretty sure we had a 10 yesterday. But for me, it was Danny Lauby with a running out. Not only the high average of 104, it was the fact that he had a running average of 93 for the day. I did say that I thought the averages would climb a couple of points for the day. It did. It was 84 on Monday, nearly 86 on Tuesday. don't be surprised to see that go up today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Moreno Blom, as you mentioned, bottom of the table, but we saw more glimpses from him yesterday, didn't we? Maybe expect to see him put a bit of a run together with performance levels?
He could well be the spoiler today. You know, he could be the one that comes in and beats either one of Jelle Klaasen or Jack Main, and may opens the group up again, or may allow one of those two to really extend their lead at the top. He could be a spoiler. And again, he's just using today as a bit of a feeling out process to get ready for Group C on Thursday and Friday morning.
Yeah, and things are incredibly poised here this morning. Let's have a look at the betting tips for today, because it is Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main at the top of the table. That 5-2 is one that really, really interests you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's massive. You know, I totally get it, but that's more to do with how Monday went for him, and not particularly looking at how well he played yesterday. And the fact that those two at the top meet in game number 2, those odds will flip-flop if Jack Main does beat Jelle Klaasen. A big ask, but certainly far from not impossible. The rest of them, I don't know, maybe Dom Taylor at 14s if you fancy Moreno Blom, as I say, could be a spoiler. Could be those two at the top of the table. Could open things up for Dom Taylor at 14s.
And our first match this morning, Moreno Blom up against Jared Cole. We spoke to Cole after the session yesterday. He said he was feeling quite under the weather. Do you think today he just uses that to maybe play with a bit of freedom and look ahead to Thursday and Friday?
I think we'll see that from both. I think we'll see that from both. Listen, it's not an impossibility that Jared turns up today and gets on a bit of a roll and squeaks up his place in Group C. Remember, it's the winner of this Group A straight through to Saturday. Positions 2 and 3 into the more favourable Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, which is a group of 5 and 3 progress. So if you're not going to win the group, they all want to try and finish in that second or third position.
Indeed. Right then, let's get the action underway this morning and hand over to Henry Deacon to talk you through the action.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday here at the Super Series, where we look to see if we're going to have a sprint to the finish to see who's going to claim the first spot at finals night here in week 3. Klaasen and Main, they're the protagonists at the top of the table, but we begin with a battle of what Chris Murphy would describe as the cellar dwellers. Moreno Blom and Jared Cole, 5th and 6th in the table, respectively, looking to use today as a vehicle moving forward for the rest of their weekly campaigns. It's not an impossibility that either of these players could be placed into Group B come tomorrow or Friday, but it looks a distinct possibility, given the vociferous form that Danny Lauby's in, that he's going to be fighting Dom Taylor for a spot in the top 3. But for these two, they'll be looking to use today as a vehicle going forward into tomorrow and Friday's session. Moreno Blom, well, we've seen sparks from him, haven't we? We saw him have the highest finish on Monday. We saw him have 11 data yesterday. So in patches, he's playing some good stuff. What he'll be looking to do is get some more consistency in his game. Whereas for Jared Cole, yesterday was 41. With the greatest of respect to him, probably a bit of a write-off. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, H. And yeah, exciting day today, Wednesday. Final day of 55. The session, and something we discussed and both agreed on, that it could be a day where 100. These two become spoilers. And I was looking at that, the best leg of the day yesterday did come up as an 11 from Moreno Blom, but in fact, looking at my notes, leg number 4, Danny Lauby against Dom Taylor. It was the leg where he went back-to-back 180s. He actually did have a 10, so a 10 was the best leg yesterday, not an 11. I'll go in and reprimand our stats people in the gallery in one moment. I'm sure they're 100. Going to enjoy that.
I've heard the door is now locked.
Yeah, I just heard the bolt get slammed across. Oh dear.
60.
But yeah, a fascinating tie, and I think these two are aware of the sticky situation they both find themselves in.
180.
Well, this game yesterday, and I mean this with the greatest of respect to both players, it wasn't the best game we've ever seen here. But Jared Cole, who had his struggles yesterday, has come out the blocks flying.
Yeah, it was the penultimate game of the session as well, wasn't it? And both were finding the session a tough one.
Game shown on the first leg, Moreno Blom.
Long sleeve shirt from Moreno today.
I was going to mention that. Do you think possibly he may have been feeling the cold a little bit, and because of that he's gone with a long sleeve shirt?
No, I used to wear a long sleeve shirt back in the day. It was something that never really bothered me. Now I couldn't even think about
57.
Playing in a long sleeve shirt just because it's quite restrictive. You see a lot of the players now use these compression vests, which are quite good. Again, they're great for keeping the muscles and the moving parts warm. But they're not, because they are very elasticated, they're not particularly
140.
restrictive.
Look at that, he's paying homage to his fellow Dutchman, Ko Stompe.
I was just about to mention Kovis, Wilhelm Stompe. Had a great time with him at the World Seniors.
I'd say any stories, but it's probably not repeatable.
Yeah, him and Roland have got a great sense of humour. They were 42. Two of the guys that sort of looked after us when we first started going over back in the day, and we've all remained good friends ever since. And we're reminiscing over, like I say, some incredible stories, none of which can be repeated here.
Well, Jared Cole, again after 12, has left himself in a handy position. He left himself on 32 in the last leg, leaves himself on 60 in this, averaging a tick under 102. But that's a... oh, my! Wow, wow, wow. He slipped into the single 5 and then found a treble 19.
56.
And so back 60. We go again. The only fortunate thing for him is Moreno Blom is back on 204.
Having a bit of a... ooh, that's nearly in the...
42.
Double 19, and interestingly, leaving the double 18, which, again, I don't like the breakdown
40.
Particularly.
Garage require 18.
This is very much like Moreno Blom. He does blow hot and cold, doesn't he? When he's on, he is very much on. But when he's off, he's a mile off. 2 holds a throw.
Third leg, Moreno to throw first.
And Moreno didn't even look close to punishing Jared there for a leg
43.
which, in the score, both legs he has scored very well in, but maybe just 1 or 2 question marks over the finishing. But he's been allowed the opportunities
96.
by Moreno.
$58.
Should be up for 18s here, but he's going to stick with the 19s and made the right decision, finding the treble. That's perfect for him, but not following it so
81.
far today. 180 in the match has come from Jared Cole so far. Not at a 140 from Moreno Blom. Never mind a max.
64.
We spoke in depth with Jared yesterday. He has been
59.
under the weather with flu. Does look a little better today, it has to be said.
Yeah, he's stocking up on everything he needs. Everything you need when you've got a bit of a cold and flu. He wasn't that ill because he beat me at pool yesterday, so...
Well, I'm not being funny, but... Stevie Wonder could beat you at pool, pal.
Carriage require 160. $60. $59.
I've seen some bad
Carriage
pool players in my
require
time,
100.
but you take the biscuit, son.
7 pulled me as well, which wasn't pretty.
60. Moreno
Fortunately, it was free.
45. $89.
So Cole here tops a 2-1 lead. Breaker throw.
Game shot of the third leg, Jared Cole.
Oh, it's not particularly special, but it's more than enough for Jared Cole. It's a 20-dart breaker throw in leg 3. He's averaging
Fourth leg,
80.
to throw first.
2-1 up with the break.
How difficult is it when you're in these two situations to try and not go through the motions today?
Well, I think
97.
their type of throws, that kind of mentality would suit them both, because they need to be able to play with freedom. They both got that fluid type of action that requires a very soft grip and a very loose arm. And when you often see players like that who are
58,
you know, 5-1 down in a race to 6. That's when you see them play their best darts, because the shackles come off, the shoulders open, and they play with freedom. And very much Michael Smith's very much that type of player, and it's taken him a few years to sort of realise it. And you've just got to play with freedom. Some days it'll work, some days it won't.
125.
But the rewards are there when you do apply that mentality.
Looking at this overhead shot, we're probably looking at both players in more detail. Both players first dart merchants, and we've seen in this leg, when it's dropped below just like that, they're struggling to readjust, and they're having to find their way downstairs again.
Like that, that's a complete blocker. So's that really, unless he moves, but
90.
changes tact and picks off the treble 17.
42.
But yeah, they are FDMs, first dart merchants, and that's why you've got to get that first dart height.
Bit like that.
Yeah.
A bit like that. Just like that.
Fourth leg, Jared Cole.
We have liftoff on day 3. We may have just lit the blue touch paper on Wednesday at the Super Series.
Game on.
Oh, we had an array of ton plus outs yesterday, didn't we?
77.
No more impressive than the 132. There was higher finishes, but the 132 from this man yesterday was just beautiful to watch. Ball, double 16, and the way they were placed high in the bullseye and the middle 41. Of the double 16 for a real showbiz shot, the 132.
Well, the job of the king of the castle today will be to be the dirty rascal to the rest above him, and moments like that, he will cause dangers.
Well, a win here, and he immediately jumps into the final position to qualify for Group B, and will join Dom Taylor on 10 points. Of course, Dom does have 96. A game in hand, and Dom's playing Danny Lauby.
58.
So we could find ourselves, after the first cycle of matches, with 3 players in 3rd spot.
And importantly as well, looking at the advantage Jared's got in this leg, if he can win this by 4-1, he started the day with a legs difference of -7. He wins this by a 3-leg gap, it moves to -4. So he would have made a little bit of hay in that department as well, which is exactly what he needs to do.
Absolutely.
And he's going to get 6 for the match from here.
Yeah, chops 3 off of his leg difference with a 4-1 win. He can stay there.
58.
Leaves 32. Nothing Moreno can do with 182.
100. Jared requires
so
32.
for 4-1. And a good start to the day for the king of the castle. And in it goes at an average of nearly 83 in the end. And when you consider the start they made to the match, he'll be more than happy just to get a 4-1 win. 1-180 in the match, and that beautiful 1-3-6 finish in leg 4 gives Jared Cole the 2 points, and he does move on to 10 and joins Dom Taylor in joint 3rd position. Well, biggest match of the day potentially up next. Jelle Klaasen takes on Jack Main.
Right then, time for our second match of the session, and it is a game of huge significance at the top of the table. Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main separated only by leg difference, both currently on 14 points. The Cobra, the winner of both of their encounters so far this week, but this is by far their most significant. It looked at one point as though Jelle was going to run away with things at the top of the group, but back-to-back defeats to Dom Taylor and Danny Lauby to round off yesterday's action opened the door for Main, who won 4 of his 5 matches on Tuesday. So who is going to be top of the crop at the end of our next match and gain a bit of an advantage in that race to qualify for finals night? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, and the second game of the day could well be the most pivotal game of the day, because for one of Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main, they'll have the opportunity to control their destiny at the top of Group A going into today's session, both locked on 14 points. Jelle Klaasen, though, does have a sizable advantage when it comes to the legs difference column, but one player will open up a 2-point lead at the top of the Group A table at the beginning of the day. Having a look at the odds that the bookmakers have compiled at the beginning of play today, they have Jelle Klaasen as a 1-2 shot, whereas if you fancy Jack Main for the spoils here, he's at what feels like a tantalising 6-4.
Yeah, I can get that when you look at their
first.
head-to-head over the course of Monday and Tuesday. The aggregate scoreline is 8-3 to Jelle Klaasen with a 4-2 and a 4-1 win against Jack Main. So I get their thinking. However, let's not forget, this is the debut week for Jack Main. It usually takes a player a day or so to find their feet here at the Super Series. And we started to see glimpses of the very best of Jack Main over the course of the day yesterday.
We're seeing a couple more glimpses there. And I think we're going to learn a lot about Jack Main today in the fact that a lot of the time we've seen him play, obviously he came through the Q-Score system, play on the PDC circuit, and he wouldn't have felt that at any point probably in the PDC process, when you got the likes of Gerwin and Peter Wright and Michael there, he was the best player in the room. But here today, the mentality might shift. He may have the confidence and think, out of the 6 players here, I'm the best player in that room. He may not have had that feeling before in big-time darts, and we'll maybe see how he reacts to that kind of pressure.
Yeah, that's an absolutely fabulous point, Henry. How will he deal with being... Well, we've got the king of the castle in Jared Cole here, but Jack Main may well feel like he is the king of the castle in this group. Double 11.
On the first leg, Jelle Klaasen.
Well, however he felt, that'll feel like a punch to the chin. Almost of the ilk of Laura against Wood.
Jack to throw first.
What a beautiful checkout that was. We had a lovely 1-3-6. But not quite as important as the 1-2-4 to hold throw there.
93.
For Jelle Klaasen, it was a 15-dart leg.
It wasn't 10 seconds to the bell, but it was 10 seconds to the next leg, though, after that haymaker blow. Yeah,
well, the thing for Jack is it was a beautiful approach play, wasn't it? 150 to leave 32 and didn't get a go. It's not put him off.
41.
That's the thing. He looked easy to rattle on Monday. Had a lot more resistance on Tuesday. And this is super stuff early doors from both.
Proper darts, Mace.
93.
Giving us a treat. I'm considering they'll both be aware of the importance of this match in
89.
Especially in terms of bragging rights and going forward in the group. They're dealing with the pressure very well. And another super approach from Jack Main. Tops after 12 this time. Well, he can still do it. No one needed the treble 19 to get a dart at the ball.
92.
But not a bad second prize. Pressure is on. Double 10. Oh dear.
Game shot of the second leg, Jack Main.
Wow, wow, wow. A 15-dart hold for Jack Main. And again, it was like Jack Main, Klaasen waiting on a double after 12 in leg 2.
Both players already having to come up clutch in this match. 2 legs won in the space of 15. Good quality stuff here in this top of the table battle. And I suppose both players have to attack from the get-go because this is the first game. They cannot leave anything in reserve.
140.
Beautifully adjusted dart from Klaasen. That's no good. Has to come for cover.
96.
78 plus these in front. Klaasen can give himself a bit
100.
of a cushion here. Minimum requirement, a 140. For Jack Main. There's one of the troubles he needs. There's the other.
140.
This is some game.
That's his fourth for the match. Klaasen looking for 140 of his own to set up
100.
tops. I'll tell you what, the YouTube admins won't need to do much work in clipping up game of the day at this rate.
That is
77.
desperately unlucky. Even a single there
Yellow, you require 80.
would have left him an opportunity, because on 80, may only get one dart, may only be one at the ball. And he's hit the ball.
64. Jack require
Even if it had been a 19,
140.
Jack would have been on 122. A totally different proposition. Some recovery.
121. Yellow requires 16.
First leg that's gone to 6 visits.
Game shot on the
And we're
third
not going to
leg,
go any
Jelle
further as Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen opens up a 2-1 lead.
And he only just found the corner, didn't he? Jack would have been stood behind thinking, I've got you here. And you can see the smile on his face as if to say,
Front leg, Jack
how
to
on
throw
earth
first. Game on.
has that gone in?
It's like a free kick that came off the post and into the back of the net.
140.
Well, certainly seeing the best of both right now.
96.
We expected
81.
both are delivering.
Sometimes we can see these top of the table clashes flatter to deceive. They can sometimes be tetchy, they can sometimes be
137.
tense. Well, it's been anything but. And Jack Main here, the sheer 140 scoring in this game has been, well, absolutely magnificent. 5 of them
60.
in this match thus far.
And the result of that is an average in excess of a ton. Proper darts, H.
101.
These are the types of darts that we love watching. Imagine it's not even 10 o'clock and we get to see
96.
players average
Yellow require
101.
167.
Well, he's under pressure here now, Jack Main. He's in a spot of bother.
139.
very
Jack
little
require
wrong.
124.
But this 1-2-4 has got to go. We've had a 1-2-4 from Klaasen in leg 1.
The ball.
99.
And that would have been to pay the favour
Yellow
because when
requires
Klaasen
28.
got the 1-2-4, Main was sat on a double.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Jelle Klaasen.
Classy stuff from Klaasen.
Fifth leg, Yellow to
Whatever
throw
happens
first.
here,
Game on.
Jack Main could not let his head drop. You will not lose too many matches in this environment
140.
playing at this level.
And we've got Danny Lauby to come next.
Yeah, up against Dom
96.
Taylor. Another big clash in terms of table position. At the moment, it's looking
33.
well. Now here's a chance for Jack to instantly get the break back. We'll need a break, a hold, and another break. He is right up against it.
81.
But he's got himself back in the leg. We're back on throw. Here's
60.
Klaasen starting to think about the winning line.
140 here swings the tide dramatically. That is exactly what Main
140.
finds. It's his sixth for the match. It's probably his biggest of the match so far.
Go ball here.
101.
Gets the 25, which leaves the 167. Sensible thinking, as we'd expect. Needs a treble. Desperately needs a treble.
60. Yellow require
See the
167.
look on his face, what he thought about that. Number 19. I was going to say, can he go out with a bang?
80. Jack
Started with a bang.
24.
The 1-2-4. Treble 18. No.
92. Yellow
Well,
require
good visit, just
87.
in case. Got a feeling this goes 20 and ball. Can he find the button?
Game shot and the match, Jelle Klaasen.
What a performance. What a finishing performance that was from Jelle Klaasen. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. He started the match with a very important 1-2-4 checkout. He ends the match on the ball with an 87 checkout, 4 out of 7, 57%, an average of 96.04 in defeat. Credit to Jack Main, averages just shy of a ton, 99.836 140s. A great performance, and that will lift his spirits. He'll be devastated right now, but he's got to keep moving forward with performances like that. Another big game coming up next. Dom Taylor takes on Danny Lauby.
Well, what a phenomenal top-of-the-table clash we have just witnessed. Jelle Klaasen, the 4-1 winner over Jack Main, who didn't do a great deal wrong in that game and can take confidence from certain aspects. But Jelle Klaasen just superb on the outer ring in that one. That match was incredibly fast-paced, and as a result, we've got a little bit of time for you to get to know the people who put this production together here at the Super Series. So take a look at this.
Most intelligent. I'd probably have to say the most intelligent is Kirk Bevins from a Booksmart point of view. I don't know about you, Matt.
Well, I can't debate that one. It's got to be Kirk Bevins.
Most intelligent would have to be Kirk Bevins. You're not countdown champion for nothing.
You're going to have to go with Kirk Bevins with his countdown history and his quizzing.
Most intelligent. George Noble, is that what you want me to say, George?
I'm going to probably have to say me, really.
Paul Hinks. I've never seen a man get around a puzzle like that before.
I reckon a lot of people are going to say you.
I'd have to say Paul Nicholson. He's got quite a depth of knowledge, hasn't he?
It's got to be Paul Starr.
Probably Paul Nicholson. There's nothing he doesn't know about vegan diets and meditation.
Abby? Definitely Abby. She's got some cracking dresses.
I'd have to go with either Abby Davis or Chris Mason. I think it's a bit of a toss-up for me.
I'd say Chris Murphy also always comes in as some smart clobber, doesn't he?
Paul Nicholson's very smart. He wears some nice clobber.
Got to be me, really. Find any Tungsten Time t-shirt in any of your local charity shops.
I will go for Charlie Corstorphine is the best dressed.
Paul or Abby? Abby, some fantastic outfits Abby wears, so I'm going to say Paul and Abby.
Best dressed would probably have to be Abigail Davis, one of our presenters.
Best dressed.
Kirk Bevins.
Worst dressed, I'm going to have to go Manky. Looks like he slept in his car all night when he comes in the morning.
Owen Binks.
Kirk Bevins with his Slazenger and Puma fleeces.
Best mate would have to be Paul Hinks, basically because he's like a second granddad to me.
Henry, Hugh, Kirk, Taylor.
Everybody's a mate. I love them all.
For me, it's either Chris Murphy or Chris Mason. I work a lot with them, and
It's going to have to be Owen.
Best mate. Won 3 Gold Cups back to back. Oh, we're not talking about the horses, are we?
Paul, we got a bit of a romance thing going on.
Best mate. Oh, I like Stefan.
He's my pal.
Also Owen Binks, mainly because he took me to watch Coldplay.
I'll pass.
Biggest joker, Paul Starr, the funniest man I've ever met.
Get out of my pub! Paul Starr.
Paul Starr, final answer.
It's got to be Paul Starr, Tungsten Time.
They're all clowns, really. I can just say me, really. Yeah, again, yeah, me, yeah.
Biggest joker, Paul Starr.
Paul Starr.
Comms turn him off all the time.
So it's the way you tell him.
Biggest moaner, it's got to be Owen Binks. It doesn't take much at all.
Owen Binks.
There's only one name comes to mind, George Noble.
It's definitely not George. It's definitely not George.
Biggest moaner is, it's going to have to be Kirk Bevins again.
4 bacon baps and 4 donuts for breakfast. It's Stefan Everard.
Stefan Everard.
There's only one man. His name is Stefan Everard, and no disrespect to the young man. I can remember when the studio was in Southampton, it was carbonara baguettes for breakfast, and I'm not talking about the mini baguettes, I'm talking proper inches. Stefan, the man is a machine.
Again, it's got to be Kirk. He listens to Venga Boys, Steps.
Owen Binks and Coldplay. I mean, why pick that when you just pick Scooter?
Yeah, Owen Binks, Coldplay.
Well, of course, that's Owen. I mean, the whole world agrees, apart from Chris Martin from Coldplay.
Have I got a catchphrase, did you say? Yes, and if you watch it. Did you say catchphrase? The Tungsten Time? Oh, worst taste in music.
The Everard brothers need to have a word with themselves. Scooter, really.
Well, we've got 2 sisters who work behind the scenes, Stefan and Billy, and to be honest, Scooter. I mean, what on earth is that all about?
Best singer, it's got to be me, hasn't it?
The only one I know who sings is Henry.
Henry Deacon can bail out some bangers.
Charlie Corsafine.
Charlie's quickstep is a thing of beauty.
I didn't know Charlie could dance.
You can't.
Best singer, Henry Deacon. Best dancer would have to be me.
So I'll just answer it for it. It's Kirk.
No, it's not Kirk. Come on.
Definitely Henry Deacon.
After meeting everyone, handy in a fight, I've got to go for Corrine Hammond.
Oh, Mace. If I need someone to back me up in a corner, it's got to be Mace.
Owen would be dead handy in a fight because they can all pile on him while I run away.
Do you know, I'd probably back myself against most people on the Super Series.
Handy in a fight would have to be Mark Smith, our players marshal.
I'd want Mark Smith or Chris Mason on my side.
Chris Mason.
Chris Mason.
You done? Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, but I do think we should have ended that with Chris Mason's opinion of Henry's pool playing skills yesterday. But back to the dart in action, and it's Dom Taylor and Danny Lauby in action next. Lauby, the favourite with the bookies at 8-11, and that's a reflection of how he played over the course of the day yesterday. Of course, it was in this particular fixture that he posted the highest average we've seen so far this week, a delightful 104, which included a 10-dart leg and a perfect showing, 4 out of 4 on the outer ring. His average over the course of the day's play wasn't too bad either, was it? Up around 93 for the 5 games played. This, of course, another big game, this time in the race to book a spot in Group B. Dom Taylor is currently looking good to grab it, but Lauby can haul himself back into the run-in with a win here that'll move him on to 8 points. To talk you through the action then, let's hand back to Mason Henry.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, no more about the pool. Well, listen, I'll film it. The next time I'm down here, which is in a couple of weeks' time, Tuesday Club, I'll film myself playing against Henry in a game of pool, and maybe we'll have a fight afterwards. That would be interesting as well. Yeah, mentioning the 4 out of 4. Jack Main produced a 4 out of 4 on the outer ring yesterday, as did Jelle Klaasen and as did Danny Lauby in that wonderful 104 average performance. Well, good bit of fun that, seeing all of the staff here. We do have a wonderful, wonderful team and a wonderful team players as well. We all pull together, try and bring you the best possible production we can do.
I do have to ask a question. Owen Binks fancies himself in a fight against pretty much anyone, so when are we going to get the Chris
Is he here today?
He's ran as far away as he possibly could.
First leg dom to throw first.
We'll revisit that when he's next year and I'm here, and just we'll ask him the question.
Just for the record, Owen Binks couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag.
A wet one. An extremely wet, thin one.
60.
I'm more of a lover than a fighter nowadays anyway. I'm passive.
Couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat.
125.
Couldn't hit the skin off a cold custard, but I tell you, you can hit a 180. This man. Right on cue. He's going to hit a 60. Thanks, Dom. Just to confirm, I did suggest yesterday that the tower, due to his extraordinary height,
140.
He did confirm me this morning. I was about an inch out. It's not 6'6", he's 6'7". That's the dip to go through a door. I wonder if it is an advantage being that tall playing darts. We have some big lumps
60.
playing, don't we? Boris Krutchmar, he's another one. He's around 6'6"-ish.
What would you say would be the optimum height for a dart player?
Well, it's hard, isn't it? Phil Taylor's quite small, isn't he? He's about 5'7", 5'8",
60.
maybe. I always thought the optimum height was around 6 foot when you... Not when you've got a throw like Dan Lauby's, where his dart is very much around the eye line. But if you think about... I don't know, I suppose Eric always springs to mind. Eric was around 6'1", 6'2". You would think if you... think of where the elbow position is and the height of the treble 20. The ball is 5'8 1/4 to the centre.
60. Dummy required.
Over the years, Alan Evans, another one, wasn't very tall. Jockey Wilson was far from tall. He was around about 5'7"-ish. But you would think where the height of the treble 20 is.
On the first leg, Tom Taylor.
Around 6 foot-ish, but sure someone's done some kind of study out there on that.
Someone with a lot more time on their hands than we do.
Yeah.
Come on. 85.
I suppose the only difficulty would be for a player as tall as Dom is that readjustment. They have to go downstairs to a 19 or something like that.
Well, we've seen that yesterday, didn't we? A couple of times he left himself on double 19 and double 3 and double 17. And that adjustment must look a mile away to him.
180.
Didn't have to wait too long. As Danny Lauby looks to hit straight back.
From when Dom Taylor retrieved his darts to Danny Lauby retrieving his darts there for that 180 was 8 seconds.
100.
Took longer to retrieve than it did to throw.
Yeah, it did. It took longer to walk up and walk back.
60.
And it's only 7'9 1/4.
Imagine being the spot of a game between him and Ricky Evans.
Imagine being the referee. You'd be seeing game shot on the match, and it's Danny Lauby to throw for his game on 140.
You sound like you're Eminem.
Yeah. Look like an Eminem at the moment.
122.
This is a beautiful leg and a great response from Danny Lauby. They did go. What was the odds on this one? They went 10 to 11.
100.
Dom Taylor, Danny Lauby 4 to 5. This one that springs out to us that myself and Henry spotted, and it is match number 7.
14.
Jared Cole against Danny Lauby. We know Jared Cole's a little bit under the weather. Danny Lauby is even money to win that game.
Oh, he's going to get a data double 12 for 2-0 lead, and he was just a whisker of a while away.
It was only a whisker. That would have hurt.
32.
He gets another poke. This is not unusual for Danny. Game's won. Usually a little bit troublesome for him. He lost his opening match yesterday, on Monday. 4-3.
Second leg, Dom Taylor.
And lost his opening match yesterday, 4-2. He is a renowned slow starter.
I think playing game 3, though, or I thought before this one got underway, playing game 3 would be better for him because it won't feel as if he's coming straight in from the off.
Absolutely.
83.
By comparison, on
78.
Monday, Jack Main just edged out Dom Taylor 4-3. In fact, I think Dom had darts to win that one. And he won his opening match yesterday 4-2. So it's fairly obvious that
60.
Dom is a little quicker out the blocks, and it's probably the rock star in Danny Lauby.
135.
Well, he does come in at last knockings, let's put it that way. I don't mean come in at night, I mean come in the morning. He's not the earliest one here.
$60.
He's telling me he's actually staying at a hotel next door to Fratton Park this week.
100.
All right. That's when I am able to gym. That's exactly where my gym is.
It's across the road, isn't it?
Yeah.
$134.
Only danger is training that close to the gym. You might actually be picked for selection on Saturday.
164.
That's one thing I can't do. I have 2 left feet, and neither of them are any good.
41. Then you require 130.
Yeah, I was more of a rugby boy at school than a footman. Rugby was very much. I went to an all boys school to start with, and it was, rugby was pretty much the dominant sport there.
Bullseye.
Game shot on the third leg.
3-0
Taylor.
And pretty deserved, I have to say. He's looked good value for 3-0 right now.
Fourth leg, Denny to throw first. Game on.
Few missed darts at double in leg 2, but a 1-2-3 check out there.
85.
Giving him that 3-0 advantage, averaging 85 to Lauby's 90. But Lauby averaging 90 despite missing 8 darts at a double
60.
in 3 legs.
It feels like a repeat of yesterday's opening game for Lauby, where he played well.
100.
I don't look like he's going to get the result.
Yep. And that's been pretty much the story of his Group A, hasn't it? Certainly the story of the opening 2 days. He was, well, it was hard to believe at the end of play on
84.
Monday that he'd only won 1 match.
I genuinely believe whichever group he's in tomorrow and Friday, he'll get out of.
Agreed.
44.
And it could still be Group B for Danny.
Although this is a key game in that department, isn't it? At the moment, Dom Taylor on 10 points with Jared Cole. This is the final game of the
60.
opening cycle of 5. A win here for Dom Taylor would put 4 points between himself and Danny Lauby, and that may be
81.
gap he will be able to bridge. For me, this was a must-win game for Danny Lauby.
Well, he's given himself a little bit of wiggle room in this leg.
100.
Oh, he's got little to no wiggle room. There's 4 legs remaining. Has to win them all. One thing
100.
you can say about Dom Taylor, the finishing. 3 out of 5, 60%. He might be behind in the averages. The reason he leads 3-0, he is due to that 60% on the finishing.
139.
And he's gobbled up the opportunities given to him by Danny Lauby, who's missed 8 darts at double in this match. If he misses any more, then it could be game over. But it's still game on, as Lauby pins a 91 to keep his hopes alive. But Dom Taylor, though, has the darts in this leg to seal success, seal 2 crucial points. It'd move him on to a dozen, 4 points ahead of Lauby, 2 in front of Cole, and with a heavy victory here, would cement a huge gap once again in the legs difference bracket. Would effectively be 98. As we were from the start of play with Taylor and Cole.
Yeah, it's currently -4 for Jared Cole.
58.
A full win here for Dom Taylor, and he would go on to +3, so there'll be a 7-leg swing.
Could be on course for our third consecutive 4-1 today, but we still have only seen 1 4-0 in the whole of the group.
57.
That's testament to how close this group really is and how closely they're matched.
$80.
To say, been impressed with Dom Taylor so far. Looks to be maturing as a player.
60.
Looks far more rounded, even in a short space of time since the last time we've seen him last year at the Southampton venue. Seems to be really enjoying being up on that stage. That's always 94. Good to see.
And it's interesting as well when you see players here like Dom in the situation 57. That he's in, how much you learn from them throughout the course of the week as well. You see, if you watch them on the Monday and then you watch them again maybe on the Friday, or if they get through to the Saturday, there's minute details which over the week adapt, but if you actually watch them back from the Monday, it's quite evident.
60.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite expressive, but he never seems to really drop his head. He is, he is expressive. He lets you know how he's feeling, but I don't get any of those negative vibes from him, which is really important, especially in this type of environment and this type of structure. It's a flyer. Not too much damage done with Lauby back on no finish.
41.
Yeah, on 269 and hit a ton, so he's left himself on a bogey where he didn't have to.
59.
And so it presents Dom Taylor with the opportunity to win this match by 4 legs to 1 and to deal a huge blow in Danny Lauby's chances of Group B darts this week. And Dom is the Dom. Taylor. He gets the better of Danny by 4 legs to 1. It puts him 4 points clear of his American opponent. It puts him 2 points clear of Jared Cole in the race for 3rd place in a spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively. He did serve an 82.48 average and a 1-2-3 high checkout. In terms of the finishing, that was where the game was ultimately decided. 4 out of 7 for Taylor, 1 out of 9 for Lauby. And so it is Dom Taylor who moves on to 12 points. Really does solidify his position in 3rd place in the table. We're going to take a short break. Big game coming up for Jelle Klaasen. He won his first game against Jack Main. He returns to the hockey against Jared Cole, who also won his first game of the day. He's looking for Group B darts come the end of play. So a big game for both coming up next.
So then Jared Cole is up next against Jelle Klaasen. The Cobra was mightily impressive in his opening match of the day, a 4-1 win in a game with huge implications at the top of the league standings. He had 57% checkout success, kicking off proceedings with a crucial 1-2-4, and he did not relent, ending the match with an average of 96 and a 2-point lead at the top of the table. The King of the Castle a winner by the same scoreline in his opening game, that coming against bottom of the table Moreno Blom. Klaasen, the winner of both of their encounters so far this week. If he can make it a hat-trick, he will once again edge 4 clear of Jack Main in that race for finals night, of course, with that healthy leg difference advantage too. But for Cole, this is also a big match. He's still in with a chance of a Group B spot. I don't think he's quite tall enough to breathe down Dom Taylor's neck, but to keep that pressure on him in third place, can he pick up a couple of points in this one? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, myself and Henry both like Klaasen here at 4-5. When you look at the way they've both started the day, as there's a 14-point gap in their respective averages. Both meetings this week have already gone to this man, Jelle Klaasen, and 4-5 looks absolutely huge right now.
I think we were both in agreement at the start of the day that Jelle Klaasen's day may be dictated by that opening match against Jack Main. The fact that he's won it, he's the type of player that will go from strength to strength as a result, as a consequence of that. I still feel with Jared, there's a bit of an unknown quantity about him. We saw moments in that game against Moreno, but that was also sandwiched in between 1 or 2 moments where possibly we saw a lot of missed doubles. You saw one leg which perhaps was subpar, but then we saw moments towards the end, so we're still maybe just trying to figure him out somewhat.
Well, the thing was, when he did make some key errors or had some poor moments, they weren't punished because Moreno didn't punish them. Well, we know one thing for sure: if you're below par, Jelle Klaasen will be all over you like a rash. Well, this is an impressive start
135
from Jared Cole.
I think he's one of those players that will go with the pace and the standard of a match. He almost tends to follow the trend of what's happening in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much a player that plays the player and not the board.
Jared, you require 154.
Let's see who's got to finish first in this opening leg.
On throw.
57.
Jared Cole has invited Klaasen in to produce that visit.
Jelle requires 16.
Well, rescues the situation, but maybe a little bit too late because the finishing from Klaasen against Jack Main was outstanding. And that continues here. That's a 15-dart breaker throw in leg 1, and he created that opportunity mainly down to the poor visit from Jared Cole going on the 19 for 154. And coming up dry.
96.
And Klaasen must have thought, I'll have a pop at this.
Is this the next step for Jared Cole from becoming... there's no denying the talent he has, and we all know how good he is. Is this now the next step from him becoming a really good player to then becoming that periphery player, that great player?
58.
Yeah, I think there's so many players around that, and I think a lot of the shots we see now are almost a trend. There's no mathematical
119.
You know what? The main target you aim at is treble 20. Why would you go away from that?
130.
If you like tops off the 154, the treble 20 is an open target. The adjustment to the treble 18 is minimal. Certainly less than going treble 19, where
100.
potentially it's a blocked target, and then going all the way up the board for tops. There's just no rhyme or reason.
145.
Tell you what, I have spotted. How chewed up are Jelle Klaasen's flights?
Yeah, I know. I presume he doesn't have to pay for them.
Jelle requires 65.
Tops for 2-0 in the blink of an eye. A 15-darter, which was a break, has been followed up by a very confident 14-dart hold. A real busy period for darts over the next couple of weeks as well, of course, including the Super Series, which will run right through this busy period. this weekend as well sees the return of the Euro Tours as we see our first 180. We did have a 177 in leg 1 from Jelle. And then the women's series. Wow, what a reply. Also gets underway this weekend with our very own Corin Hammond in action.
58.
Good luck to Corin over the weekend. And then, of course, next week, the exciting UK Open, which includes the amateur players. Although we get the top 8 from the Challenge Tour, top 8 from the Dev Tour, and the 128 Tour card holders. We also get the Riley's amateur qualifiers.
99.
Really exciting is we'll be getting to see Luke Littler. I do believe he's the youngest player ever to play at the UK Open. He's going to be joined by Stuart Wright, Jim Mostyn, Dan Reed, a regular here at the Super Series, Harry Lane, Danny Lauby, of course, who we've got here this week, James Richardson, another live league regular, Brett Claydon, Daniel Lee, Callum Luce, another young player, Thomas Banks, who played Luke Littler in the final of the JDC Super 16 down at Milton Keynes, Lewis Gurney, Noel Grant, Gary Davey, and Jonathan Wynne. Congratulations to all those guys who will be in action next week at Minehead.
Jared Cole.
As Jared Cole responds very, very tidily. A 180 in the leg and a 15-dart hold.
Well, in fact, half of this group will be playing at the UK Open because these two will be there. Jared Cole, courtesy of the Development Tour. Jelle Klaasen because of the Challenge Tour. And, of course, as you mentioned with Danny Lauby, he is a qualifier courtesy of the Riley system.
Nathan Gervin, another Super Series regular. He'll be back down here in a few months. He's qualified via the Tour.
Andy Jenkins is going to be there as well.
54.
Well, that's not going to be a quiet occasion.
Jenks is back.
He is back.
125.
Put it this way, the practice room tomorrow night will not be quiet.
No. He will be owning that practice room. It was great spending some time with him at the seniors. We did have a great laugh.
Again, nothing's broadcastable.
No.
That's Jared second. Now, I know he's watching today, so we'll try and keep it nice, Andy.
43.
Because he will tell us.
Jared require 96.
My best pal. 99.
87.
That was for an 11 and then a 12 darter, but he will be back. Completely bullied Klaasen in this fourth leg.
59. Jared require 9.
And we have asked a couple of questions of Jared, and in the last couple of legs, he's come up with the answers. This would be for 15 if he can round off the double four. His favourite segment of the board.
And it is that all-important break back-to-back legs, back-to-back 15s, and a 180 in each of them for Jared Cole.
Throw first. Game on.
Averages have now closed together. It's 94.5 for Klaasen, 93.68.
85.
For Jared Cole. We've got a game on our hands, H.
We haven't really seen many bad games this week. I mean, today, Klaasen against Maine, what a game that was. Taylor against Lauby, good match. This is actually the game that's had the most amount of legs automatically because all of our previous 3 games went 4-1.
25.
We're running around the 93 average at the moment, aren't we? Across the board.
68.
Any tournament in the world that has that as the running average is a good tournament. Just a reminder, none of the players that are playing this week have PDC Tour cards.
They are pretty much amateur players.
58.
Actually, having a look at the players who have made their way. Actually, Dom Taylor, I'm actually telling a lie. 4 of the players in this group are in the UK Open. Dom Taylor's also
44.
qualified because of the Dev Tour. But you look at the players who have qualified for the UK Open from there. Start with the Dev Tour. Gervin we've seen here. Białecki's seen here. Heenahan we've hit 9 here. Jared we've seen here. Josh Richardson. Dom Taylor we've seen here. We'll talk about the Challenge Tour qualifiers in the next leg. Because it looks as if Jared is going to turn this game on a pinhead and from 2-0 down, race his way into a 3-2 lead. And he has taken full advantage of the slightest of aggression from Jelle Klaasen, but he stepped up at the same time. And he steps up for double 12 and he pins the double 12 and he leads 3-2.
Longest leg of the match, that. A 16-darter. Actual average in terms of a winning leg average is exactly 100.20. We've played 5 legs. 15-14, 15-15, 16. So the mean average of winning legs is exactly 15 darts, which is 100.20.
And we always say that the benchmark of a really good game is legs being done in 5 visits. Just going back to the UK Open Challenge Tour qualifiers, pretty much all of them we've seen here. Treacle, Pallet, Kist, McEwen. We're going to see Jenkins later on this week. And of course, we're watching Jelle Klaasen now. 58. It proves that this tournament here at the Super Series is proving a breeding ground for success elsewhere. I'm going to ask you a question. Out of those players that we've seen here that are going to play at the UK Open, who do you fancy most for success?
It wouldn't surprise me if a good group of them. The big difference is obviously draw dependent, but they're ahead. The ones that have played here this year are well ahead of the field because no one would have had that TV big stage experience with the players are getting here. That listen, I cannot stress enough how important it is playing under the lights against someone who's not played under the lights.
And under
I know that from first-hand experience.
And under the light, Jared shines bright and he seals a comeback win. He gets the better of Jelle Klaasen by 4 legs to 2, a result with huge implications in the group in terms of Jelle Klaasen's chances of getting into finals night from Group A, but also draws Jared Cole level of points with Dom Taylor in the race for Group B. It's a big result, it's a big game, it's a big average, just under 96, 2 maximums, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. For Jelle Klaasen, he got out of the track brilliantly. He raced him into a 2-0 lead. It looked as if he was going to get the game done quickly, but then Jared Cole came on the comeback trail and gets the better of the Cobra by 4 legs to 2. And so Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom, they're in action after this short break. We look forward to that one after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, and you can be here on Saturday night. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. And a reminder that we have a new start time. All the action gets underway on Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge from 7:30 p.m. Now, one of the players who was looking likely to book his spot at finals night or edge closer to doing so in his last game was Jelle Klaasen. He raced into a 2-0 lead in that game against Jared Cole, but Cole was able to overturn that deficit to come through the 4-2 winner, an average just shy of 96 in the end from Cole. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring. It was Jelle Klaasen who started the better in that one, picking up from where he left off in his opening match of the session with some superb finishing, but Cole able to do what was needed. He upped all aspects of his game in order to get over the line and bolster his chances of booking a Group B spot for the remainder of the week. We can have a little look at the league standings and see what that does to the table. Of course, it is still Klaasen out in front on 16 points. He, of course, has that superior leg difference advantage as well. But Jared Cole, with that victory, joins Dom Taylor on 12 points in the league table. Now, 2 more players who are likely to be battling it out in Group C for the remainder of the week are up next. Danny Lauby, of course, missed 8 darts at the outer ring in his last match and was punished by Dom Taylor in that one. He takes on Moreno Blom, who of course averaged below 70 in his opening game of this morning's session. He'll be looking to rectify that, to put that right in this one. Of course, we saw glimpses of what he was capable of yesterday, but unable to put a decent enough run together. Lauby, of course, treated us to a 104 average yesterday, was the performer of the day. Can he recapture that form to help him and go into the rest of the week with some confidence? Let's get into this one then and rejoin our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Well, myself and H have crunched the numbers, and this looks like a match that will be completed in under 5.5 legs, so 4-1 or better. And we think it will be Danny Lauby, and that's priced up at 5-4. That's where our 50 pence would go if we were allowed to have a punt. Please gamble responsibly. Only afford to gamble what you can afford to lose, because ultimately that's what's going to happen.
First leg, Danny to throw first.
Lovely message from James Richardson. I'm sure he's tuned in and watching or listening to the action. I will be
60.
seeing you next week. JR, Anna Minehead.
134.
Big question is, will he be bringing the Vindaloo?
He'll be bringing the slow cooker, I'm sure.
100.
Yeah, Graham Usher told me a story about one of James Richardson's Vindaloos.
Yeah, well, my pal Alan Warner, he's
78.
He likes his hot curries. He doesn't mind a Vindaloo. I don't think I do go out for a curry with Alan, but just sort of sample. I dip my bit of naan bread into his Vindaloos. So it'd be interesting to see James Richardson and Alan Warner go out and have a bit of a curry off.
Bring the glass of milk.
131.
Well, for Danny Lauby, today would have been a case of fast and furious. Fast because he is one of the quickest players we've seen. Furious because he missed 8 darts at double in his opening game. And he's looking to rectify that here, and that is exactly what he does. Gets the opening leg done in the space of 15.
Well, he was the creator of his own downfall, wasn't he, in his opening match of the day against Dom Taylor. Missed 8 darts at a double. And you're not going to get away with that at any level, really.
40.
Never mind here. And never mind against a very, very good Dom Taylor, whose finishing was exemplary.
100. 140.
We like our firsts, and James Richardson and his son Josh
60.
will be representing England, won't they, in the internationals? Which is a bit of a first, I do believe.
100.
Father and son playing in the same international team.
Won the British Open pairs, didn't they, together last year?
Yep.
100.
Lost in the final that 2 years running.
100.
One time with George Turnbull. We should have won.
91. Moreno require 121.
The other one with my pal from Dorset. Lives abroad somewhere, Dave Jenner.
81. Then you require 150.
That was when it used to be played at the, I think it was the Rainbow Suite in
90.
London.
Moreno require 40.
Sounds familiar. Oh,
No score.
Wrong bed.
Then he requires 60.
For 2-0. Can he punish?
Game shot on the
There's
second
your
leg,
answer.
Danny Lauby.
Well, that has taken 2 minutes 40 seconds to be two. It takes me longer to set my darts up.
Third leg,
Put my
Danny to
flights in.
throw first. Game on.
What was the
99.
time of his win the other day? Was it 6 minutes and 5?
3 seconds.
6 minutes and 3 seconds.
Against Moreno.
96.
Well, Moreno doesn't hang around, so it does have all the ingredients for a quick fire,
134.
rapid game.
Well, these are the match times of the 4 matches that have been completed today. Now, I
57.
spoke to Chris about this in the break, and he was flabbergasted. So the game between Blom and Cole lasted 9 minutes 58
98.
seconds. Klaasen Main, 8 minutes 25 seconds for 4 legs. Taylor against Lauby was the slowest game of the day, but by
44.
no
Then he
means
required
slow. 12 minutes
170.
22. And then Cole against Klaasen lasted just under 10 minutes at 9 minutes 48.
43.
Madness.
134. Then he require 127. $77.
Well, that was
Moreno
most
require
definitely a proper bounce
170.
out that one. You could hear metal on metal. Oh, big fish. Not seen it this week. I'm not going to see it here. Yeah, raise the eyebrows. That's better.
81. Then he require 50.
Went for the bull.
38. Moreno require 89.
Quite sure about that. Got to leave that kind of thing to the experts.
Yeah, only the likes of Chris Mason can get away with going for the bull to win a leg.
79.
But he gets away with it, Danny Lauby.
Then he
Moreno
require
Blom has
12.
rolled the sleeves up. He may have to roll them up some
Game
more
shot of the
because
third
he's
leg,
3-0
Danny
down.
Lauby.
Yeah, 15, 17 and 19. 2 holds, a break,
Fourth
a
leg,
throw
Moreno
sandwiched
to
in the
throw
middle.
First. Game on.
And a chance for Danny Lauby to maybe cancel out the leg difference. He's currently on -2.
140.
4-0 win. We'll put him on +2.
60.
And those in front of him at the moment, Jared Cole and Jack Main, are all on minus.
The odds of a 4-0 Lauby win before this got underway was
100.
7-1.
60.
And that 5-4 that we spoke about, the 5.5 legs market.
190.
Well, Moreno might and will hope to make it look academic. I mean, in fairness to
57.
Moreno, he's
Moreno
averaging just
require
under
81.
96. But it's been 3 missed darts at double.
35.
That's been the difference, but he's going to get time. He's going to get space in this particular leg. Time that this week he has not been afforded.
100. Moreno require 46.
Danny Lauby's focus will be on the next leg to wrap it up 4-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Moreno Blom.
Very nice 14 dart hold from Moreno Blom, just showing us that he does have this level in the locker. And like you say, the
Fifth leg,
sleeves have
Danny
been
to
rolled
throw
up.
First. Game on.
What can Danny Lauby do from 3-1?
57.
The scoring has dropped off since leg 3.
60.
Not punished.
59.
We saw previously when Moreno was here, Group A was a bit attritional at times, but when it came to Thursday and Friday, the clean slate suited him.
Yeah, it's that clean slate mentality, isn't it?
190.
We've seen that from so many players, though, haven't we, over the last couple of years, that will get themselves bogged down in Group A and then come out firing in either Group B or Group C.
50.
And that's a bit unfortunate. A wry smile from Danny Lauby.
One of the things I like about Moreno is the fact that no matter what the situation is, he will not let his head dip at any moment.
60.
And sometimes that is half the battle.
And that will stand him in good stead going into Thursday and Friday.
135. Then he require 95.
20 and ball, but the ball is a blocker.
Game shot and the match, Danny Lauby.
Well, Danny Lauby negotiates that blocked bullseye. The 25 seemed to lay straight across the bullseye. He just made the smallest movements left and confidently dropped it in the bullseye. And every now and again, myself and H get it right. We told you to back under the 5.5, and Danny Lauby answers the question with a 4-1 win, and he moves on to 10 points and +1 in the leg difference. Coming up next, another big game. They all seem to have something about them today, don't they? Jack Main facing Dom Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny Lauby has just got the better of Moreno Blom. It was an improved performance from Blom in that one, putting over 20 points on his average from his first game, but he did miss 4 out of 5 of his attempts at the outer ring, and Danny Lauby remained consistent enough to get over the line and put another 2 points on the board. Next up, we've got Dom Taylor taking on Jack Main. Taylor, of course, an ADC qualifier representative here this week. He's looking good at the moment to book a spot in Group B. But before we tuck into this match, let's have a little look at how you too can qualify through that route.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. Ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
So then, before we tuck into our 6th match of this morning's session, let's have a little reminder of how things look in the league standings. It is, of course, Jelle Klaasen who's out at the top of the league standings at the moment on 16 points. But Jack Main has the opportunity to join him after the Cobra, of course, dropped 2 points against Jared Cole a little while earlier. As for Dom Taylor, he could join Jack Main on 14 points with a win himself. It really is a crucial game in the context of the league standings and, of course, in that race to qualify for finals night and to book a spot in Group B. A really, really big encounter. This is a chance, of course, for Jack Main to respond after that defeat to Jelle Klaasen in his opening match of this session. How is he going to do so? Let's find out and hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, great insight into how you can join Dom Taylor and take your place here at the Super Series. Pays your money, takes your chance. When you read the many dart pages out there, this country's full of experts and great dart players. Well, they must be great with their opinion.
I've not got a great opinion, but I somehow sit here. I definitely can't play, as you know. Well, I can't play pool.
Yeah, but you don't claim to either.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Dom Taylor, one of the representatives on the ADC, and we've seen some great successes from the ADC. I think the biggest story out of the qualifiers that we've seen so far has to be Adam Warner, a player who, before the week he came here, and this is without any disrespect to him whatsoever, probably wasn't well known on the darting radar, came here, won Group A, won the week, and then didn't even get the chance to play at Champions Week because a couple of weeks later he went on to win his PDC tour card.
Yeah, and didn't he recently also qualify for a European tour, I think?
I believe so, yeah.
And he was a product, I do believe, of
60.
playing in the university varsity events.
Doing some great stuff, that university dart
system.
system.
I've watched it. It looks amazing. I know a few of my fellow ex-pros and
100
or players have gone to these events. I really enjoyed them. He's played with some serious passion.
100.
But yeah, he's doing very, very well, is Adam. Like I say, my first look at him was here. No doubt the experience gained from playing in the Super Series put him in good stead to go off and, like many have done, get their tour card.
Journalism graduate, so 60. My job is definitely not safe.
That's right, he is a journalism graduate. At the moment, he's too good to be sat in this chair.
Let's see 60. ADC Oceania as well represent players out in Australia and New Zealand from the beginning of May. I believe it's on the start of the next series.
And I'm sure that's off the back of Raymond Smith's success 60. As well. That created a lot of interest. We got a lot of viewing figures from down there. And what a great opportunity. It's huge.
I don't know about you, but I'd love to see a week where Group A is for like American players, Australian players, things like that. And then maybe the Thursday, Friday, we have players in like Germany, Holland, places like that have like a totally international
A world
week.
group, yeah, an international week, a world group.
100.
I know there's plans afoot for having a women's week. Definitely an international week. Definitely going to do an old boys and girls week.
Legends week.
Yeah.
60. Jack require 121.
Sponsored by D. Pete.
That's not far off the truth.
I could smell it one of those seniors weeks.
57. Dummy require 100.
Time for Taylor. Both of these players went off 5 to 6 with the bookmakers. And tops there.
40.
Not to be, and so Main
Jackie requires 64.
Find his way on the corridor that is the 16s. Or maybe he won't.
57. The tops.
44.
Oh, that looked edgy, didn't it?
Dummy requires
a little
60.
snatchy. You feel a little vulnerable with Dom Taylor. Only 2 points behind him on the table. Remember, it's Dom Taylor with the plus leg difference.
Game shot
And
of the
that
first
great
leg,
finishing from Dom Taylor continues. If you give him a sniff, he will step in and make you pay. And he's done exactly that there with a 20-dart breaker throw.
First. Game on.
And suddenly, Jack Main could, with a defeat here, go from a position where he looked as if he was going to win Group A to maybe not even getting into Group B, because Dom Taylor's legs difference is +3. Now, if he can beat Jack, that's going to do even more severe damage. Now, looking down the table, Jared Cole's on 12 points, -2. If he gets a better Danny Lauby in that next game, that rules Danny Lauby out of the mix. But then he'll leapfrog Jack Main in the legs difference department. And then looking at the fixtures for later on in the day today, they play in around about the middle portion of the day.
Yeah, well, the situation that Jack Main may find himself in, Danny Lauby playing Jared Cole, whichever result happens there, he's going to find himself being hunted down, because if Danny Lauby defeats Jared Cole, he also moves on to 12 points, just one win from Jack Main. This is bunching up quite nicely.
Importantly, Danny Lauby has a positive legs difference as well.
190.
That's a positive visit, though, from Jack Main.
Yeah, exactly. Danny Lauby on 10 points +1. If he defeats Jared Cole, that will, of course, even if it's a full 3 win, he'll go on to +2, but on to 12 points. Where if Jack loses here and remains on 14 points, even if he loses a full 3, he's going to be on -2. He's going to be vulnerable.
And if Dom Taylor wins this big, he plays Jelle Klaasen in a couple of games' time. If he wins big, he'll move on to a decent legs difference total. If he beats Jelle, beats Jelle big, we have got a finale on our hands.
Exactly what we want. Players don't like it. We love it.
99.
Oh, we love it when they're...
Jackie requires 72.
Being a bit titchy, shall we say?
Great last start from Dom Taylor to pressure this 72, and he's only going to get 1 dart at... He's not going to get 1 dart. Wow.
40.
That's the second consecutive leg that he's had a slip and a single number on the approach plate.
That's pressure.
And this was the question we were asking of Jack Main being in this situation.
Game shot of the second leg, Dom Taylor.
He consolidates the break with a 16-dart hold and another mistake.
Third leg, Jack to throw first. Game on. $57.
That's what Dom Taylor, he's just being solid.
Yep.
$100. $140. 100. 60.
I'm glad we didn't do one of those types of interviews before the game, you know, when the reporter's in the middle of the two players. I think that would have been an interesting one today.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be interesting just to have a bit of insight and to see how the players are feeling right now.
96.
It's just the awareness. How much do they know?
There's some players that like to know every single fibre of information. There's others that
60.
just want to play the games, get the games done, and just see how they end up.
I was very much the latter. I just sort of got on with it, and I was told at the end of the day whether it was either enough
100.
or it wasn't enough.
Dom, you require 141.
Again, make it as uncomplicated as possible.
44. Jack, you require 48.
Tots are 2-1.
28.
Again, will he be punished?
Dom, you require 97.
This has been a theme of the play of Dom Taylor thus far. You make a mistake, I make you pay. There's the 57.
77.
Yeah, he'll be
Jack,
frustrated. That was a
20.
perfect guy. Well, apart from hitting it, that was perfect.
We've already seen a player come back from 2-0 down today.
10.
You may not see that from Jack Main because that is a big
20.
opportunity there that has been squandered, and so Taylor returns for double 10.
And is Jack Main still feeling the effects of losing out
on the third leg
to Jelle Klaasen in that match number 2 of the day, where he went down with a very impressive average, 99.83 in that one.
Fourth leg Dom,
but ultimately lost 4-1, and he looks to be carrying that result over into his next match.
Can't afford to be carrying any scar
80.
tissue in this format.
No, no, it's got to literally get in the bin.
$96.
Obviously, you've played in this before, and I remember the first week you played on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you lost your first game. How did you then recover from that first game to then?
It's just having the mindset. It's not elimination darts. You know, it's literally okay, and then just trying to right the wrongs, and you almost play a mini tournament with yourself. And I think that's the best way to approach it. Game 1 felt nervous, tight, felt a bit edgy. Tried to find I felt that the board felt long to me, so into the practice area, try and find the board that could replicate the feel of the stage board. Go back out,
58.
have another go. Go back out, have another go, and until you get it right.
I think the best example of this format, the way someone broke it down, was it's basically like playing a best of 5 set match.
Yep.
If you lose the first set in a best of 5, you don't panic. And you just try and go back, and then you win the subsequent sets that you need to win. And it's quite similar here.
Yeah, exactly that. You just break it down into literally what it is. It's individual matches. I basically forgot about the table and thought, right, I'm playing, you know, 5 different guys today, and they're all individually different matches. Well, then they are different matches, and that's pretty much how I approached it. I thought, right, I got to play you then, you then, you then, you then, and you then. And then ultimately just try and win more than you lose.
39.
It looks as if Dom Taylor is about to win by the biggest scoreline possible if he can take out this 64.
Well, this would be devastating for Jack because it would put him onto -5. Double 4 for 4-0.
Game shot.
And 4-0 it is for Dom Taylor, an average in excess of 80, but the finishing 50%, 4 from 8. And that was the difference between the two. None from 6, but more importantly, it's Dom Taylor that leapfrogs Jack Main, remember, our second match of the day was a game between Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main, and that was going to be who potentially goes on to win it. Jack Main now finds himself in third position, and depending on the result in our next match between Jelle Klaasen and Danny Lauby, he could find himself out of the top 3. Up next, it is Jelle Klaasen against Danny Lauby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Dom Taylor has dished out our second whitewash win of Group A. Chris Mason, alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far. Jack Main is, of course, the biggest talking point, because you mentioned it in comms as well, that there were positives that he could have taken from that defeat to Jelle Klaasen. He didn't do that. What do you think that says about his character?
I think it's more a lack of experience, really, and dealing with darts like this. Playing round robin is a totally different place than playing elimination darts, and you've got to have a different mindset. Myself and Henry were just discussing it, and it's almost breaking it down to 5 individual matches throughout the day and try and win more than you lose. But you could almost see the effects of losing that match, and heavily, despite averaging nearly a ton against Jelle Klaasen, and the effect it had on the table. You can see he was just dragging that over into that game. And Dom Taylor just took his chances. Every mistake he made, he got punished. And when that's happening to you, it's easy to drop your head, but you just got to keep his head up. It's not over yet. But if he remains in that vulnerable mindset, he could find himself not even qualifying for Group B.
But in the terms of like the greater picture, how can he use this going forward after this week is done and dusted? This should be such a huge learning curve for him, shouldn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's a great opportunity. Listen, everything can be watched back. You can listen to everything everybody says. You can look at your own mannerisms. You can look at the mistakes you made. You can look at the positives. What was my mindset during this period? What was my mindset during that? And you can use that to take it forward. And you know, it's modern day technology gives you that ability to use it. Back in the day, we may have had the sort of the score sheets, but then you can't have a look at yourself and say, well, what was my attitude during this period? And he's got to take that away from here. Listen, he's far from out of the week at the moment. He's just looking a little bit down in the dumps, very much like he was on Monday. And you can't afford, you haven't got time, because you've got another match coming up next. And if you're still down in the dumps, the players will take advantage.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league table then, because it is Jelle Klaasen out in front. But I guess the way that he responds to losing to Jared Cole may be something that Jack could learn from.
And that's the difference between the two, and that's the experience. And you can't practice getting experience. You have to put yourself out there and you have to gain it. And as I mentioned, Jack Main in this position now, irrelevant of what happens result-wise in our next one, if Jared Coles wins, then he's going to find himself shifted from third into fourth. If Danny Lauby wins, both those players then are only a win away, and of course they've got to play Jack Main. It's going to be a fascinating end to the session. It literally is all to play for. And listen, with Dom Taylor winning that one so heavily as well, he's closed that lead different gap between himself and Jelle Klaasen. So, it's still hard to see Klaasen not running away with it at some point and picking up a couple of back-to-back wins and just gaps himself between himself, Dom Taylor and Jack Main. But that second, third spot is up for grabs.
And Moreno Blom, 3 wins to his name in Group A. What are the main aspects of his game that you feel need to improve if he is to get him through to final tonight?
Yeah, I think he was resigned to the fact probably on day one that he's going to be in Group C, and I think we've seen enough. It's certainly not an ability aspect that there may be a problem, but maybe an approach. And how he's approaching each match. And I think he would benefit from basically looking at it, like I said, I got 5 matches to play, 5 different players. Each one is completely different, and try and approach it that way.
And we've mentioned it since Monday that for Danny Lauby, he's had the performances there, not always turned them into points. But how far off seeing him maybe up near his best do you think we are?
Yeah, we've seen signs of it, haven't we, with that 104. At some point, everything's going to fall into place. The scoring is going to match the finishing, because he's had matches where he's finished beautifully and not scored very well. And then he's had matches, with the exception of that 104, where he scored well and then took his time getting out. At some point, someone's going to walk into a monster.
Yeah, and it is Danny Lauby who's up next against Jared Cole. Cole, if he wins this one, would you make him favourite to get through to Group B?
Because of his experience, I think there's only maybe 1 or 2 players that have played more matches in this system. He gets it. He understands it. Been under the weather for a couple of days, looks much better today. We're seeing more of the Jared Cole we expected to see Monday morning. He hasn't, that's the thing, he's not panicked. He understands if it is that he ends up in Group C, so be it. So there's no pressure and there's no panic in his game.
Right then, let's get into this one, shall we? And hand back over to Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Big game coming up here with huge consequences, especially in terms of Group B. However, Jared Cole isn't exactly out of the race to actually win the group. Yes, there's going to have to be a lot of hoops to jump in the games that is to come for that to happen, but it's not a mathematical impossibility. That is for sure. He takes on Danny Lauby, who must be scratching his head and wondering how his performances this week has not correlated in more than 10 points. Because he has played some stratospherically good stuff over the last 2.5 days, but has only had 5 wins and 12 to show for his efforts.
First leg, Jared to throw first.
This could be a quality encounter, Chris Mason.
I think it could. I think it could. I think both are got that relaxed mentality, haven't they? They don't. I don't think I don't think either overcomplicate things. It's a game of darts. Let's get up there. Let's get on with it. Both are
83.
Well, both play at a quick pace. One slightly quicker than the other. But Jared certainly gets on with it, so the rhythm and the tempo of the game will suit both. Certainly has
99.
All the ingredients to cook up a storm.
Just having a look at the stats. That last game was slow, wasn't it? 11 minutes.
Yeah, that was a long one, wasn't it? And it only lasted 4 legs.
93.
We do have
60.
We do have a preset and predetermined time slot for each game, of course, which we have to stick to for our
90.
broadcast and betting partners. You wonder why we're not just rattling along. With a day like this, we'd be
22.
done and dusted by one, wouldn't we?
116.
They try and slash our money, H. We couldn't have that.
I was going to say we could have been on the marina by 1 o'clock.
Not with this weather.
Game shown of the first leg, Jared Cole.
Well, Jared Cole doesn't make any heavy weather of the opening leg. Gets it done in the space of 15, a 116 checkout.
Second leg, Danny to throw.
And I suppose he had the advantage, because of what happened yesterday, he could come into today with a clearer mindset, and he's as experienced probably as any player in this competition. Probably only Colin Osborne and Martin Adams are more experienced than him in this particular format. And so he'll know every single inside 100. And outside molecule bit of this competition. So he knew the competition wasn't over this week
60.
Just because of one poor day on a Tuesday. Attack today, see what happens, find out what group you're in, and then move on from there. If he gets into Group B, he's got a very good chance of 3 from 5.
75.
Yeah, and he has no negativity from playing Danny Lauby, of course. Monday and Tuesday, 2 wins for Jared, both 4 legs to 2.
60.
So he's quite comfortable playing Danny Lauby. That's one thing we know straight away.
There's also been no despondency when there's been a slip into the 5, where
59.
Yesterday there was times where the cage was getting rattled a little bit.
Yeah, I think when you combine that with when you are feeling under the weather as well, and you know, which is why we mentioned things like Q score. You can't, you know, this time of the year there's plenty of bugs going around. You know, you can't pick and choose when you end up getting a bit poorly, and
100.
Unfortunately for Jared,
the score was 131.
He's been a little bit poorly this week.
I think we're just refreshing the scoreboard, so it gives us an opportunity here in the commentary box to have a chat about what we have seen today. And I think the preset script of what we thought was going to happen today really has come and gone. We expected Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main to have a real good start to the day. And then, well, we saw Jelle get the better of Jack, but Jack played well. And then we saw in that previous game against Dom Taylor, he kind of let that creep in a little bit.
Yeah, he seemed to suffer, didn't he? After that defeat, his head dropped a little bit. And where a player with more experience, if you sort of compared that to how Jared Cole have dealt with that situation, he'd have come. If you'd have spoke to him after, he said, "I played all right, just missed a few doubles. Credit to Jelle. He played a blinder, played well, scored well, finished well. That's it." Well, you almost see that with Jack, he carried that over into that next game, that frustration, rather than just sort of, well, that's that. It's done. It can't be changed anyway. You can't write what happened yesterday. You can only do something with what's happening right this minute or in the future, and that's something that he will learn. Like I said, he's still relatively new to this game, and you know, he's maybe one of those players that tour card may have came a little bit too early, but in saying that, what he has gained is valuable experience playing at that top level, which then says to me that maybe he doesn't know how to take that in, because having played in that environment, he surely knows what it's like to play brilliant and lose, because that would have been happening week in, week out, because that's the nature of the Pro Tour.
40.
Well, the number's been
84.
corrected. And he wants 84 for a level game.
I think that mini break would have come at a perfect time for Danny, because he was just struggling the first leg and a half, and well, he's perfect ever since the restart.
Well, both are perfect in terms of the outer wire. A 17 darter, an 84 checkout, a 116 in leg 1 for Jared.
177.
For the first time today, a big 177. And that,
97.
And exactly what I'm talking about in terms of learning. Jared Cole, over time, has learnt that I get far too many deflections. If the darts aren't sat right, there's no point in staying there looking for a 180. Yeah, they look pretty. Ultimately,
96.
go down to the open bed, and he's hitting more 177s now by virtue of consciously thinking, right, I need to use the treble 19 more rather than stay there. And what's he hit? We had a stat come up the day. He's hit hundreds and hundreds of 180s here, so he doesn't need to worry about them on the highlight reel.
84. 16.
Hasn't had a 9 here, but as we know, 9 darters are quite hard to hit.
Yeah. He's had a 10. He's had
100.
multiple 10s. Yeah, when was the last 9? Was it?
Connor Heenahan.
Yeah. That feels like a long time ago now.
120.
Oh, Danny Lauby
Can he
was
require 124?
nodding in acknowledgement in the background. And it will be Jared back for double 3.
39.
A little bit of an
Can
error there.
require 6.
Danny Lauby. He split it. And I like that dart at the double 2. It was almost a guide.
Game shot on the third leg,
And
Jared Cole.
Again, experience counts for everything. An 18 dart hold. Didn't even contemplate going for the double 3.
Fourth leg, Danny to throw.
Shane did the same on the split on the 10. He'll always go 2 double 4. That was a sandwich shot. You had the 2 loaves of bread and the jam in the middle.
94.
And it was red. Strawberry jam.
Oh, now we're talking. It is lunchtime after all. Well, almost.
42.
No Greg's for you this morning, fat lad?
I was told when we cut to comms cam I needed to tuck the belly in. What's it Cartman says on South Park? I'm not fat, I'm just big boned.
125. $100.
It's probably the only reference to South Park which would ever be allowed to get away with on air.
$96.
Did you watch the football last night, pal?
Indeed, I did. That was
60.
Some turnaround, wasn't it?
2-0
up. I thought, well, hello.
40 minutes as well. I mean, I've got home just in time for kickoff, and yeah, off. What a collapse! Liverpool must have been watching the Super Series. Someone go 2-0 up and then collapse.
They had a good win the weekend as well, Liverpool, didn't they? They went into that game, or should have gone into that game with a lot of confidence.
98. Danny require 90.
We had a few surprises in the snooker as well, didn't we?
Game shot on the fourth leg, Danny Lauby.
No surprise to see Danny Lauby knock the 90 about.
Fifth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
Now he's 2 out of 2 on the doubles here.
Was it Ali Carter?
180.
Judd Trump, wasn't it, last night?
Mm.
Before people say, listen, it's called sporty
60.
stuff. Not just about darts, you know.
Oh, hello. This could be perfect stuff. Not quite now.
Well, we were just saying about the 9. It would be almost ironic if he'd have popped one in.
60.
An Alanis Morissette moment.
That's a tune.
Didn't put that one on the jukebox, did we, yesterday?
No.
81.
Listening to a lot of mod ska type stuff.
You could tell Abby was in charge of the tunes.
Yeah.
60.
Well, there was quite an elderly group in there, so I refrained from my 90s hip-hop gangster rap. I'm not sure they would have been too appreciative of the terminologies used in that.
Don't think they're a fan of Gangster's Paradise then.
$100. Jared require 150.
I don't think they have a clue who Eazy-E might be.
59.
Probably think it's a teleshopping ad, aren't they, on QVC?
With our scoring system. Sorry about that, Danny. He's averaging in the 80s. It froze.
The computer said no.
Yeah, so did I. Well, I was looking at it thinking there's no way he's averaging in the 60s. More importantly, got himself a good lead in this
57.
penultimate leg of the match. This is a big, big game. Again, he'll stay there now.
140. Then you require 170.
A target that you want to throw at, but now, when it's a blocker, he doesn't try and force it. He will run straight for cover. I like that. That's an element he's added to his game.
58. Then you require 40.
Send us all the way. Double 10.
Game shot of the sixth
and a last leg
Lauby.
decider it is, and a crucial last leg decider it's going to be in the context of not just this game, but maybe both players' Group A campaigns, because if Jared Cole wins this one, he moves on to 14 points, level with Jack Maynard. He'd actually leapfrog him in the table. But if Danny Lauby wins this game, then 60. Things do become a little bit interesting. Maybe a free horse race potentially for that third spot in the group. That depends on what we're going to see next, because Jack Main's up against Moreno Blom in a couple of games' time. Our next match is actually going to see Jelle Klaasen in action against Dom Taylor. Now, that kind of has the feel of a shootout. If Jelle wins that, that's game over. But if Dom wins, it's game on.
Yep.
100.
Both players averaging in the mid-80s. Perfect first start. Look at the room. That was never in doubt. After dart one, that had a max written all over it. And breathing space. Because Lauby needs another treble.
95.
That's desperately unlucky.
Jared require 127.
Just strays to the left of the upright, separating the treble 5 and the treble 20. Treble 16's the shot.
60.
And he strays to the other side. This isn't over.
Needs a treble here, Danny Lauby.
97.
Finds a treble, but Jared Cole, like a swimmer on the back straight, has found a kick towards the line. But can he cross the finishing line? Can he find the win on double 16? No is the answer on this occasion, and so can Danny Lauby of a ton topper pick up a crucial 2 points, keep his race for Group B contention very much alive. 89. Tops is what he wanted. Tops is what he's just missed. And so Cole returns for the double 8. 16.
Game shot and the match.
Last start in hand, a crucial last start in hand, a crucial 2 points. And Jared Cole has moved his way up to third in Group A. Jack Main now back into the bottom 3 places. That felt unthinkable at the start of the day. Jared Cole's also put 6 legs on the legs difference. Another one there, courtesy of a 4-3 win against Danny Lauby, who had a match start at tops to get the game won himself. An 85 average, 3 out of 5 on the doubles. When he got opportunities, he took them. But Jared Cole, 86.86 the average. He's a victor by 4 legs to 3 against Danny Lauby. But stay tuned here on Sporty Star TV, because this is a huge game upcoming between Jelle Klaasen and Dom Taylor. If Klaasen wins this, he's probably through. If Dom Taylor grabs the victory, we've got a race to the line. It's live. It's next.
So then, Jelle Klaasen up next this morning against Dom Taylor. And as we mentioned a little while ago, you'd expect the Dutchman to put the negativities of his last game and the defeat to Jared Cole behind him very quickly indeed. Things still very much in his hands when it comes to qualifying for finals night. But up next is a player who has beaten him on 2 occasions already this week in Dom Taylor, who can join the Cobra on 16 points with a win here. And interestingly, the Tower doesn't have a bad leg difference himself. He's currently +7, Jelle +12. The ADC qualifier has dropped just 1 leg so far this morning, providing only the second whitewash win that we've seen in Group A, last time out to get the better of Jack Main and leapfrog him in the league standing. So will Jelle put distance between himself and the pack and maybe even dip a toe into finals night, or can Taylor keep things interesting? Let's find out with Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. As myself and Jack, and as we discussed, Abby, there was potential for Jack Main to find himself in the position to go top of the table in only our second match of the day. Now finds himself outside of qualification, even for Group BH.
And this is what the Super Series springs up. You just don't know what's going to happen from one moment to the next. And Jack Main, who, well, we said at 5-2, we thought could be good value to win Group A. Well, he currently finds himself 4th placed with a legs difference now of -5. And he's got a big game coming up.
So what you're saying, it was our fault.
They always blame the commentators, Mace, you know that. He's got a big couple of games coming. He plays Moreno Blom next. And then after that, he plays Jared Cole. That's effectively now a shootout for 3rd place.
First leg, Jelle to throw first.
Importantly for us right here, right now, it is that race for top position. The first spot into Saturday night's final. The ball is in Jelle Klaasen's court.
57.
But if Taylor can catch him, we could see a seismic shift.
Well, we were looking at the odds on this one, and I suppose they, in one sense, they rightly go.
100.
Jelle Klaasen 2-5, Dom Taylor 7-4. But I can't ignore the fact that on their previous 2 meetings this week, they've both been won by Dom Taylor.
140.
We're looking at it, and our sort of assessment of it, is it the pace?
Possibly. I mean, Dom is not a slow player, not by any stretch, but he is the slowest player in this group.
140.
And when you put the fact that you got a group which contains Jelle Klaasen, Jared Cole, Danny Lauby, Moreno Blom. Now, they're no
96.
slouches, so you're probably walking to and fro the board every single visit. By the time you've brought back, you're walking back up again. You've got no time almost to breathe at points. Then when you're going from that pace to a little bit more of a sedater pace, a more medium style pace, which is what Dom Taylor is. He plays at a fair whack.
120.
It's a different component.
And you throw in the fact that he's very much a punishing type player. That's why he's won both his matches, in my opinion, against Jelle Klaasen. Because if you look at the running averages between
90.
the two, Jelle Klaasen is superior.
88.
Look at the current table position. Jelle Klaasen in a superior position. Ultimately,
74.
a win here for Dom Taylor.
Dom, you require
And if it's a big win, they will trade places.
Toss for 13 dart to start. That's some way to start for Dom Taylor, and gets the immediate break of throw on Jelle Klaasen to lead by a leg to nil. The man who has won 2 out of 2 against the Cobra. And it may be the same sinking feeling for the former BDO world champion. Taylor looking to reach the lofty heights of
140.
Group A success.
Maybe he has the antidote to the Cobra's venom.
140.
Proving so far this week to be the case, isn't it?
$100.
I'll be honest, I was thinking of Cobra and thinking of liquid libation.
And a curry.
Still a sore subject.
91.
Maybe he is the
91.
the mongoose.
170.
to the Cobra.
The animal theme. We could see the fish. Will we see the fish?
Oh, the line was lovely. Just dipped, didn't it?
And Klaasen will not respond in kind. At the minute, Dom Taylor is averaging 117.24. Klaasen is averaging 101.5 and hasn't had a darted double yet. He may not get a darted double. If the tower can find 12s, the tower will find 12s. And so a 13, followed by a 14, sees Taylor into a 2-0 lead. In a blink of an eye.
Averaging 111.33, just 27 darts used to win the opening 2 legs.
134.
Jelle Klaasen has been in the wars today, hasn't he? He's only played good matches. Beat Jack Main 4-1 with an average of 96.04. Played Jared Cole, lost with an average of 92.97. And currently here is averaging 108 and has one dart at double to his name to show 92. For that.
100.
Surely this is going to be a max.
140. You'll require 100.
Bed was set up beautifully. Well, he's left himself the fish again, and he's going to get a go at the fish.
87. Dummy require 170.
This would be ultimate pain for Jelle Klaasen if this went. Sat on tops, and he is going to get a go at tops. And it's at least that his players deserved in this match.
40.
And that's a 13. The worst leg of this game so far has been a 14 darter. That's the quality we've seen up to press.
Well, good news on the back of that. For Dom is he still leads 2-1 with that all-important breaker throw, which came in 13 in leg 1.
76.
The legs so far in this match, 13, 14 and 13.
It correlates to these averages.
96.
Might just leave them on the screen for a leg because they're that good.
$140.
It's only going up in the case of Dom Taylor, up to around 109.
139.
This is ridiculous. Ridiculously good. And if these two play like this at the UK Open next week, they are going to cause anyone problems. The streak continues.
140.
I was going to say, turn it off, you're going to break the machine.
60.
You'd have to do a reboot of the computer.
26.
No players on 1, 2, 6. Yellow after 9.
Is that the same as just switching it off and on again? All right. Ball.
101. Dummy require 126.
What can Dom Taylor do with it?
This is the worst leg of the match.
Might only be a 15. Button.
Game shot of the
Button for the Bristol boy. As he nails the 1-2-6 for a 15. This is very, very special. His average.
Fifth leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
Right now is 106.61. Jelle Klaasen trails 3-1. Averaging 110.78. As your luck.
It's these types of matches where you're glad you're sat here.
100.
Oh, absolutely. There was one of my memories come up on Facebook. It was a game against Taylor, and I think we're
93.
12 legs deep, and I'm 7-5 behind, averaging over 100, and he's averaging similar numbers to these, and you're like, oh, God. I feel like, you're not necessarily doing a lot
81.
wrong, but it just ain't good enough.
Just not getting the chance to do anything wrong.
Well, you get chances, like Shane Burgess
60.
once said. You get chances at 161, 164, 167, and 170. That's it.
I've got a feeling this might be clipped up as game of the day.
Right now, for sure. If he can maintain this, or if they can both maintain this, no question, it's going to be game of the day. And they're both just edging off the boil as the winning line approaches for Dom Taylor, but if he can do this in 6, it would certainly be his highest average here at the Super Series. His highest TV average as well.
99. Jelle require 150.
I may have risked trying to force one into the treble 20 if I was there, if I was him.
61.
But
Some require 161.
Klaasen may only get a dart at the ball, so he's got to stay switched on here. Even if he doesn't take it out, leave it handy. I'd go bull.
99. Jelle require 89.
Tell you why I would go ball if this doesn't go.
64.
If he'd have gone for the ball in it, at least at 25, he would have left a 2-darter. Now he's got it a treble to get 2 at a double. But now he's only going to get 1 at a double instead of potentially 2.
30. Jelle require 25.
Now 1 dart at double has been missed. And so Jelle Klaasen double 4 to stay in this game and to make it 3-2. How crucial a passage of play could that be? But it is Taylor who has the darts. That was just a hold for Jelle. This is the crucial leg now for the tower. That first dart was so inviting. It was always inviting 2 more alongside it. It's a perfect way to begin a leg that if you win, will see you victor in this particular match.
140.
Very tidy reply from Klaasen. It's all about backing up that max with another good visit, and he's going to do that.
100.
A ton is handy enough. It still puts Klaasen 140 adrift. Oh, this is great stuff from the former world champion.
Just having a look at the ton 40 plus throws in this match. Jelle's had 6. Dom's had 5. He's also had that max as well. Well, that's a 6th 140 plus of this particular encounter now.
12 in the match. Rooney, 6 legs deep.
Dom require 81.
Stunning.
This is for the match. Potentially for an 11 darter to finish. 12 would do. The 12 will do. For the ball, for the match, La Boche for Dom Taylor. He gets the better of Jelle Klaasen by 4 legs to 2. That's a seismic result in terms of the league table. Both players level on 16 points. There's now only 1 leg in the legs difference. What a joy that game was to watch. Dom Taylor a 4-2 victor with an average of 103.18. Jelle Klaasen on the wrong end of the scoreline, despite a 3-dart average of 102.44 and a 40% checkout ratio. Dom Taylor, what a performance. Take a bow. That really was superb stuff. Moreno Blom, Jack Main. Try and follow that after this short break.
Well, what an encounter we have just seen here at the Super Series. Jelle Klaasen and Dom Taylor both averaging well in excess of a ton. Taylor winning 2 legs on the bull, including the one to get over the line, and he joins the Cobra on 16 points. Sublime from the ADC qualifier. Moreno Blom against Jack Main up next for you today. Another intriguing contest, and one with huge ramifications in terms of the league standings. At the start of the day, we were looking at Jack Main's odds of 5-2 to win the group as very appealing, but after back-to-back defeats, he could now find himself in a scrap to secure a spot in Group B. He's joint with Jared Cole on 14 points, but currently down in 4th place in the table due to his inferior leg difference. Can he get his first win of the day against the man sat bottom of the table in Moreno Blom, who himself will take confidence from his improved performance level last time out, averaging 90.5 in defeat to Danny Lauby. To see how this one unfolds, then here's Henry and Mace.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. For Jack Main, it's a case of just trying to get back on the horse and try and find a win. Moreno Blom will also be having that similar feeling. Both these players looking to pick up a win here. Neither player yet to get off the board today. Moreno Blom lost 4-1 in the opening game of the day for Jared Cole. Jack Main lost 4-1 to Jelle Klaasen. Then in the follow-up matches, it was a 4-1 defeat for Blom against Danny Lauby. Meanwhile, for Jack Main, it was a 4-0 defeat to Dom Taylor. So Jack Main has won just 1 leg today. Moreno Blom has won just 2. So these are 2 players striving to find a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jack Main in a very precarious position for a player who was
First
on
leg,
the
Moreno
verge
to throw first. Game on.
or having the opportunity to win this group. And you would think when you're in that position on day 3, to even consider not at least getting in the better of the 2 groups in terms of Group B or Group C. Remember, Group B, if you're joining us for the first time,
85
is a 5-player group which is played Thursday and Friday nights, and it's the top 3 that join the winner of this group. Where Group C, which is 4, 5 and 6 from this group, is joined by a further 3 players across Thursday and Friday morning. It's only the top 2, so that's a lot tougher
44.
to get out of. At the moment, Jack Main finds himself down in 4th place in
58.
That Group C with Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom.
Could I ask you a question here, Chris? If you're Andy Jenkins, Ryan Finesse and Paul Hogan, who would you rather have in Group B, Jared Cole or Jack Main?
29.
Thanks for that one, Henry.
Shall I give you the bus?
Yeah, I think I'll put you on it. Oh, look at the gap here, 324 points behind. 24 after what it was a potential 12-darter for Moreno Blom. I don't know.
135.
At the moment, Jack Main's the one looking potentially
Moreno Blom.
the more vulnerable, doesn't he? He looks the one that can be affected by outcomes. And let's have it right.
Second leg Jack to
if you were
throw
showing
first.
any vulnerabilities, Andy Jenkins will be all over you.
A practice room with Andy Jenkins is, to put it bluntly, an
97.
experience.
Daunting proposition. Especially if you are a bit vulnerable and a little
60.
weak-minded. He will find that.
We're actually in the room next door to the players' room. I have a feeling that at some point we might hear him from over the walls. Especially if he wins a couple.
Well, it's quiet in there right now, isn't it?
It won't be tomorrow night.
140.
Because what Andy will do, if he feels like there is some vulnerability there, he will plant the seed
100.
early. Which is why he'll be home watching this, and he'll be assessing the players that will potentially go into his group and thinking, right, I know how to get you at it. Bristow was a master at that. Phil Taylor not too far behind. And Michael Van Gerwen not too far behind him.
Marina require 100.
The best bit of mind games I've heard here, and I won't name names, is when a player won a game in Group A. He walked through the door and said he wasn't mathematically through, but he was saying to the rest of the field, "See you Saturday."
my favourite one was during the week.
65.
Conan Whitehead. And I'd already won my week, so I was safely through to Champions Week and playing the Thursday and Friday. And Conan Whitehead sort of said, "Oh, I'll see you on Thursday and Friday." I said, "Yeah, I've seen you play. I'm not scared." He ended up winning the week. Thanks for that, Co. Cheers, pal.
55.
Yeah, great to see Conan here last week. And here with the family as well, which is always nice.
Yep.
42.
At the moment, anything that could go wrong for Jack Main is going wrong. And right now,
100.
Moreno Blom is averaging 102 and change.
Moreno Blom didn't play bad in that game against Danny Lauby. He averaged 90.66, which was a marked improvement
28.
on that first game. We are seeing moments from Moreno, but I feel like we've said this for the last couple of days. Those
80.
moments now have to be turned into a bit more consistency to take himself to the next level.
Agreed.
99.
What's let him down at times is on the approach play.
99.
And maybe a few doubles here and there. You can certainly see plenty of ability there, can't you? Oh, the evidence is the fact that he's averaging in excess of 100, and we're almost 3 legs deep in the match.
80.
You just got to avoid that. That's a typical example. That one wild dart in the approach play is just not giving it enough attention.
$45.
I remember the last time he was here, and when he left the building, he shook my hand and said, "I've learned so much from this, but I want to learn more." And that
47.
is exactly the attitude you want from a young player.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And relishing the opportunity of not only being here and it not going as well as you'd hope, but the fact that you want to come back.
Averaging 95.41 here.
46.
Has tops for a 3-0 lead. And now double 10 is found. And Moreno Blom free to the good here against Jack Main.
Yeah, this is steady stuff from Moreno Blom. Not the greatest leg 3, but ultimately...
4th leg Jack to throw first.
Again, all about consolidating that breaker throw in leg 2 with a hold in leg 3. And this is a disaster for Jack Main. He gets done here, full zip. He will go to -9.
27.
And for me, that's him done and dusted in terms of qualifying potentially
100.
for Group B, because he's going to be 8 adrift, isn't he, of Jared Cole.
He plays Jared next, so he may not just have to beat him. He might have to beat him by a scoreline.
$95.
If Moreno can play at the level we've seen the last 2 games consistently, he's not going to be out the reckoning in Group C. It's just, can he harness that together over a 10-game period will be the question.
Exactly. Treble 20 is the shot.
136.
Certainly nothing wrong with the counting, as we'd expect.
When you hang around with Jelle Klaasen, you don't expect there to be any issues with the counting.
No, absolutely not.
84. Moreno require 170.
And I don't think I've ever seen a player here at the Super Series use the ball as much as Moreno Blom. It was treble 14s, treble 16s, bullseyes all over the place the last time he was here.
I was about to say anything but a
70.
180 really wouldn't be enough. Just to try and take Blom off his stride.
88.
Well, tidies up nicely on this occasion. 24. Nothing Main can do with 190. And he is staring down the barrels
57.
A 4-0 bagel.
An impressive performance from Moreno Blom. And he seals a 4-0 win with an average just under 94. It's much improved for Moreno, who is putting on a bit of a mini flurry here on Wednesday at the Super Series. And Jack Main, well, he's going to have to find something in the next couple of games. He's lost 4-0 now in consecutive matches. It's a below par performance from him. He takes on Jared Cole, who's hit the straps and hit the form in a couple of games' time. Well, the next one, I'd recommend get your cup of tea now, because it's Danny Lauby and Jelle Klaasen next, and no matter what happens, it's going to be quick.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets for finals night by heading to dartshop.tv. The action on Saturday evening gets underway from 7:30 p.m. But back here in Group A, we are still a little way away from working out who will be the first player through to finals night. We can have a look at the league table. It is, of course, Jelle Klaasen who's top on 16 points. But as you can see, Dom Taylor now level with him on 16 points. And that leg difference isn't looking so healthy for the Cobra at the moment. Next up, it is Jelle Klaasen against Danny Lauby, and we expect this one to be incredibly rapid. When the two played yesterday, all 7 legs were played, and it took under 12 minutes to be completed. Of course, it was Danny Lauby who came out on top in that one, thanks to a 104 finish to complete a 15-dart leg. When they met on Monday, all 7 legs were played as well, and that one also took under 12 minutes minutes to be completed. This could be the first match, though, where Jelle Klaasen feels a little bit of pressure at the top of the league standings, with Dom Taylor breathing down his neck. And, of course, Taylor plays Blom in his next match, so it could be advantage Taylor if Jelle Klaasen isn't to get his second victory of the week over Danny Lauby in this one. Let's find out then how this unfolds and hand back to Mason Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, well, this is a real pressure cooker moment for both. Danny Lauby will have aspirations of winning his next 2 matches, which potentially will put him on to 14 points. Maybe, just maybe, if he wins them big, leg difference could play its part. Ultimately, for Klaasen, it's to cement his spot at the top. He's currently top by just the difference of 1 leg over Dom Taylor. 16 points plus 10 Klaasen. 16 points plus 9 Dom Taylor. 14 points minus 1 Jared Cole. 14 points minus 9 Jack Main. 10 points, no leg difference for that man, Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom. 8 points minus 9.
59.
And this is as dangerous a game as it could be at this moment for Jelle Klaasen against Danny Lauby.
41.
Well, last time out, Klaasen played a blinder, 102.44 the average, in defeat to Dom Taylor, who have at 103.18. And his first visit he's walked into is a max from this man. He must be thinking, 81. What is going on today?
$99.
Very much the nature of play so far today. We've seen some cracking averages and some cracking darts from pretty much everybody.
Jelle Klaasen has averaged 97.22 for the day and has won just 1 match.
140.
Welcome to the Super Series.
You don't laugh about it, you're going to cry.
100. Jelle require 152.
Well, it's something we picked up on right from the get-go. Hang on. Double 16.
120.
Made him feel a whole lot better.
Then he requires
about how Jack Main would be feeling. Does he feel like he is the cock of the school? You know, he can puff his chest out and feel like he's the best player in the room.
32.
Well, Jelle Klaasen, statistically, he's the best player in the room. But as you mentioned, has only picked up the 1 win today.
It's probably the first time he's actually had the opportunity to have a second chance today.
Game on.
One of that miss from Lauby.
134.
But this is where good players stand up and be counted in these crucial moments when everything's on the line. Just when 1 or 2 question marks are beginning to be raised.
Yeah, they tend to just find a way, don't they?
95. $60.
Danny Lauby will be probably thinking, well, this is what happened to me yesterday. What's happening to Jelle today?
130. $97. Jelle require 142.
Headed downstairs on the 142. Lauby back on 204.
110.
And you'll now see a player use the bullseye more to set up a shot than Jelle Klaasen. He's left 32
94.
after 12.
Jelle require 32.
For a 2-0 lead.
Game shot of the second leg, Jelle Klaasen.
A 16-dart breaker throw is backed up with a 13-dart hold, an average of 103.66. He's continuing where he left off in defeat against Dom Taylor.
93.
And these are numbers that will win you any tournament on the planet.
96.
Have it right, this is world-class darts. We have a world-class referee in Danny McNamara who's done a brilliant job this week.
Yeah, really enjoyed Danny. Certainly a new face and name to me, but really enjoy his style. I think it's nice. Everybody's got their own individual style. We've got Paul Hinks and who's at one end of his refereeing
41.
career, of course, and very much a mainstay of the World Seniors Darts Tour. And, of course, there's many
100.
exhibitions. Very popular is Paul Hinks, great referee, great 180. And then you've got people like Owen and Charlie very much at the,
40.
at the
Require
start.
150.
Marco Mayer, of course, very well known
60.
from the BDO and WDF days.
$99. Then you require 90. $11.
These are moments where
Then you
Danny
require
throws too quick.
167.
Yeah, you could have a point there, mate. You could have a point there. It just becomes, sometimes it gets too quick and becomes too erratic.
127. Then he requires 79.
Just not enough control. But again, that's something he will work out himself. Wow, that was brave.
39.
Really
Jelle
brave
require
going for the
40.
treble 13. As it was, he found the treble 13 and
Game
missed the
shot of the
easy
third
bit,
leg,
but
Jelle
Klaasen
Klaasen.
missing nothing in terms of the doubles. He's now 50%, 3 from 6, slightly longer leg
Fourth leg,
there,
Jelle
but
to throw first.
it's
Game
the
on.
double break of throw and a 3-0 lead, and we were a little bit concerned the way things were going for Jelle,
57.
especially in terms of the leg difference, but a 4-0 win here will negate any issues regarding leg difference.
100.
Statistically, this is his lowest average of the day, but yet could be the most convincing win of the day.
140.
But Lauby's going to have a word or two to say about that. He has had his opportunities at the doubles, 5 of them in matter of fact, but has been unable to convert one of them yet. He may get more opportunities.
130.
Unless Klaasen
164.
can find a 164 to round off a, well, an insanely quick victory.
109.
We've only just played 6 minutes in this match. And Lauby is going to have a dart at the ball to stay in it, which is not going to be converted.
55.
Don't expect Klaasen to miss this. Not the way he's been going so far, and he doesn't miss
Jelle
it.
Klaasen.
He ends up with 4 from 7 on the doubles. Very tidy indeed, and any negatives have been quashed with a 93-94 average and 57% on the doubles. That was quick fire stuff from Klaasen. 4-0 against the fancied Lauby, and it is Klaasen who stretches his lead at the top of the table now. He's 2 points clear of Dom Taylor, who we will be seeing in a couple of matches' time. But up next, it's Jack Main against Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jelle Klaasen has just got the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 0. We talked about how Jelle Klaasen would respond to those back-to-back defeats, and he has done so incredibly impressively there. Yeah, and it's sort of what we expect from a player that's a former world champion, well, he's played in the Premier League a couple of times, spent years on the tour. He's vastly more experienced than the rest of the field, and I think that showed there. There was no panic, just got the job done, and that was on the back of a great start from Danny Lauby. He opened with a max, and we were thinking, oh, hello, this has got another twist in its tail, but he just rode it out, didn't he, Jelle Klaasen, and did the business, got the job done. And from here, do you see him being the player to qualify for finals night? The way things have gone so far today, no, you wouldn't. You'd get splinters, but yeah, I mean, he looks in it. It's in his hands. That's all you can do as a player. You get it in your hands, and then it's up to you. If you fail from here, there's only one place to point the finger, and that's at yourself. Indeed. Right then, all of these players are competing to make it through to Saturday night's finals night, where they have the opportunity to compete for £5,000 and, of course, a place in Champions Week. On Saturday evening, it was Owen Bates, the very, very impressive youngster, who claimed that prize. Let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded in that one.
Best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
Great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were 3 very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140.
Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates. Now, oh, not going to find it.
82. Leonard, you require 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get 1 dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does.
174.
Oh, that's fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard, you require 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title.
32.
He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
4-3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week.
Yeah, incredibly impressive from the master Bates there in that final. And we were just talking there as we were watching that clip, how impressive a youngster he is. Because yes, he did that at finals night. He put in some phenomenal performances at Q School. And then, of course, he had the treat of going to play on the Pro Tour as well on the Sunday.
Yeah, without little sleep. Yeah, I think it was a near 6-hour drive from here all the way up to Barnsley. And yeah, listen, he's been a young player that's been making waves. He's sort of from my neck of the woods down in Devon. keep seeing his name crop up on big averages, and slowly but surely he's beginning to make a name for himself. And that 174, you know, I think he thought, that's typical, I found that number and it's all going to be a little bit too late, because we know how good Gates is on the double 16, and Gates is a well-thrown dart, just didn't go between the wires. But yeah, I think Owen Bates has got a big future, and it may have started right here.
Yeah, and a young player looking to find his way in this game. When you see someone like that able to go all the way, we talk about how relentless the format is here. What does that tell you about his mindset just as much as his game?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of good people wrapped around him, a lot of experience, and a lot of experienced people who look out for him and try and put him in the right direction. He's a very level-headed kid, no arrogance about him whatsoever, always willing to ask the question and looks to learn, and that's all you want when you see young players. Listen, it's easy to think you know it all when you listen. He's just won $5 grand, won a week here. He could walk away and go, "Oh, this game's easy," but people will tell you, you know, even during that week when Colin Osborne is around, he's always picking people's brains. What should I do in this situation? What should I do there? And that's always a good sign. That's always encouraging when you see a young player that wants to absorb information all the time. And yeah, I think he's got a big future. I think he's going to do some big things in the game.
Yeah, look forward to seeing him back for Champions Week for certain. But back here in Group A, there is still a lot to be determined. We can have a little look at the league table. That victory for Jelle Klaasen, of course, it was crucial. But now our attention turns to that race for a spot in Group B. Jack Main against Jared Cole up next. Jack Main, he's lost his last 2 games 4-0 and only picked up the 1 leg so far today. How much of a worry is that going to be for him?
Well, the big problem for him, of course, is that swing, isn't it? He's -8 in terms of catching Jared Cole, and as you said, they've got to play each other. Anything but a win, and it's going to have to be a big win. I don't think a 4-3 is going to be enough for Jack Main. And incredible to think, you know, not too many hours ago we were thinking about, is it going to be Jack Main winning? Now he's in a position where he may not even get into Group B, which is going to be a disaster, because Group C is horrendous. It means you're back here again at 7 a.m. in the morning. Your sleep pattern's interrupted. You then go into a group of 6, which means only 2 come through, and it's a super tough group as well. You've got Jenks in there, Ogan in there. It's not going to be an easy group to get out of. And you've got Moreno Blom, who we know he can play, and maybe when he gets into that situation where he goes to reset mode, because you start again, of course, in terms of your league position and the table, he's going to be a danger as well. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and you can't write these games off either, can you? Because it's so important to go into Thursday and Friday with that mindset, which Jared Cole is going to have, because that victory over Jelle Klaasen coming through against Danny Lauby in a last leg decider, he's going to be feeling very, very strong going into Thursday and Friday.
Absolutely. It's all about momentum. The one thing you want to do if you know you're going into that, whether it be Group B or Group C, is to win your final couple of games on the day. So you go in there with some positive momentum, a positive mindset. You're fancying the job. You know where your game's at, and you can get on with it. If you're Jack Main and you're going in there onto back-to-back defeats, and listen, last time out he averaged 67. You know, that is not the kind of mindset you want him going into Thursday and Friday, especially in a group of, if you're vulnerable, there's some players in there with serious experience who will expose you if you're vulnerable.
Yeah, they'll certainly lap it up, won't they? Let's get into this one then. It's Jared Cole up against Jack Main, an incredibly important game in the context of the league stand-in and that fight for a Group B spot.
Thank you very much, Abby. Great to get the thoughts of Abigail Davis and Chris Mason up there on the balcony in the middle of today's play. And we have a crucial game coming up next between Jack Main and Jared Cole. 2 players who have had seesaw weeks so far here at the MODUS Super Series. Jack Main, who started the week really, really well, but has had a bit of a drop-off today. Whilst for Jared Cole, he won 3 out of 5 on Monday, then had a bit of a slump on Tuesday. He was struggling a little bit with illness, but has come back today refreshed, revitalised, and has been more than up to the task. So far today, a 4-1 win against Moreno Blom, a 4-2 success against Jelle Klaasen, a 4-3 win against Danny Lauby. So he's 3 from 3 so far today. Meanwhile, for Jack Main, the panic buttons have probably appeared. He actually played imperiously well against Jelle Klaasen. He averaged 99.83, but was on the wrong end of a 4-1 scoreline. And from there, things really have unravelled for him. A 4-0 defeat to Dom Taylor and a 4-0 defeat to Moreno Blom. But that is a perfect start to this particular matchup against the king of the castle.
87.
Yeah, and despite a bit of a wobble from Jack Main, The odds compilers still have faith.
28.
4-5. Jack Main. 10-11. Jared Cole. And on the evidence of what we've seen in just across the last 2 matches, I would personally make Jared Cole a huge, huge favourite for this tie. Especially when I'm seeing darts like that.
And you just wonder what would have been for Jared if he wasn't suffering so much with the flu yesterday, because he's on 14 points. He's only 4 points off of Jelle Klaasen.
Yep. Yeah, he's the one here that we're thinking, one more win here. I may not be in the mix for winning.
83.
But I can consolidate my position into Group B, which is priority number 1 when you know you can't win this Group A.
If he wins both his remaining matches, he will finish potentially second in the group, depending on what Dom Taylor does up next against Moreno.
Yeah, you've got to think Dom Taylor defeats Moreno Blom. But then
140.
Jack Main against Danny Lauby. I mean, I know Danny lost 4-0 last time out, but you know, that was just sort of one of those, wasn't it? And then
140.
Jelle Klaasen's playing Moreno Blom in our final match, and I can't see Jelle Klaasen losing that one. So, yeah, Jelle with just one more to play.
85.
We'll move on to 20 points, all barring a big upset, because when you look at the odds, Jelle Klaasen's 8-13 to win that particular tie. At the moment, we're not far off the seaside, and Jack Main's all at sea.
No score.
Aye, aye, aye.
Garage require 47.
Well, this is getting a bit crazy now.
Is that in the 15?
That's in the double 15. And so it's only going to be one dart at double 8, and that goes inside. And Jack Main has to go back to 48.
Well, yeah, I struggled on the big numbers a few times today. And speaking from experience, when you do it once, you tend to do it all day. You just have no confidence in finding a big number. And that, of course, means you have little to no confidence on the doubles.
8.
He's already had one double in this leg. That's awkward. Has to readjust. And not far enough.
Jack, you require 40.
This has gotten all rather smelly.
Now, there was a sizable gap between matches. And the players, when there is a gap between matches, will have the option as to whether they want to practice on stage or they want to go back to the practice room for a couple of minutes. Both players opted to stay on stage as Jared Cole breaks the throw of Jack Main in the open. Now, both players were asked by the referee, Daniel McNamara, that there was a 6-minute gap, and so it was your choice. Now, both players elected to stay on stage, practice on stage for 6 minutes. Is that perhaps too much time before a match to be on stage throwing repetitively?
Yeah, possibly, but ultimately, if they were backstage, Henry, in the players' area, they probably would have just been ticking over. And
140.
From my standpoint, if I'm just ticking over, and you're not necessarily got to throw every throw, and you know, you can have a drink of water, have a chat with the referee, chat amongst yourselves.
125.
I'd rather be having a throw on the board that I'm going to be throwing on than anything else, and just again getting used to that environment, trying to make yourself feel comfortable. That's
43.
That's half the battle in this game. Once you can actually play, it's all about the outside influences, and it's all about being comfortable and
47.
confident in your surroundings. 'Cause trust me, when you're not, any little thing can rattle you.
45.
If you were to offer one bit of advice to Jack Main between the end of play today and the beginning of play tomorrow, what would it be?
Don't take things too personally. Nobody's died.
41.
It's a game of darts.
110.
It's a sport, and it's something that you should enjoy doing. This is your chosen career path, and you don't like it now. Trust me, in another 10 years, you'll despise it. And I speak from experience. And just don't want to get into that mindset, in that mode. Just
third leg jack to
I know it's
throw
hard,
first.
and when you're
Game on.
listen, he comes from another sport, a very competitive background. I'm not saying go up there and smile and joke and mess around, but if it's beginning to stress you, then there's something
25.
wrong. You know, there's something desperately wrong. You often see about depression in sport and everything else, and that often comes, of course, when there's another influence from something else. And again, that's a hard pill to swallow when you come from a background of suffering from poor mental health.
Oh, hello.
125.
And ultimately, if something is giving you those kind of vibes, then you've got to step away and regroup and find a way to enjoy it. And like I say, it doesn't mean becoming the joker of the pack. It just
46.
You just readdress things and make it a more calmer and enjoyable environment. And that's what you feel Jack's got to do. And trust me, speaking from experience, it's easier said than done. But he just takes you can almost tell he takes it too personally. He takes defeat to heart, and you can't. You know, you just can't, because there's no end, or there's no positive end result.
Double 12 for 3-0 lead.
50.
Well, now he's back down to double 3. Well, he ain't going to go for the double 3. He will go to double 2.
We know that.
But actually, is Jared the foil that Jack should follow? Because we saw his struggles yesterday. Very open about it. Had a night's rest and has come back today and he's a completely different man.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. You're not gonna suss it out. Listen, I remember a period of 4 or 5 years where Michael van Gerwen was absolutely down in the dumps. He couldn't win a game anywhere. I seen him in tears, and friends and people trying to, you know, put an arm around him. I put an arm around him. Most people did, because 60. You know, he was a talented guy, but ultimately it's the full package. And it took him a few years to get it right. And look at him now. He's by some the GOAT, by others if not the GOAT, he's in the top 2. But it's more than just ability. It's the full package. And ultimately, like I said, something's making you sad and down, you have to change it up. What is he? Early 20s? He potentially could have another
26, Jack.
Yeah, he could have potentially another 20, 30 years playing this sport. Well, you've got a job that you don't like, you find another one, don't you?
60.
And we know what he's capable of. The numbers yesterday speak for itself. As I say, 92 in that game against Lauby, then proceeded with a 94 against Moreno Blom. There was an 84.5 in there yesterday, a 90 in there today. Kicked off with a 99. And the reason we say this about players is because we know exactly what talent they have.
Exactly that. Listen, you can either play or you can't play. If you can play, you can play. And then it's just about adding more strings to your bow, and that, you know, that comes with experience. You can't practice.
49. Jared, you require 164.
Yeah.
The moments.
Yeah, you just can't. You can't practice those nappy moments. They have to come and go, and you have to address them and deal with them, and then find a way of getting better. Find a way of dealing with the situations better.
Well, Jared has dealt with the situation brilliantly. He's actually had a bit of a kick again at the end of matches. Left 72 after 12 hit. Jack Main left on 74. And he's going to get a poke.
74.
He's missed 7 darts at double in this match. Jared's missed 11 himself. And he is going to get 2 more at double 16.
58.
First dart obscured the bed and made it difficult for the second. And so Cole here to seal a 4-0 success to make it 4 from 4 for the day. Double 10 now up for 5s. And there it is.
Jared Cole.
And Jared Cole is having a Wednesday to savour. He gets the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 0. An average in the end of 84.86. It's 4 from 4 for Jared. It's another 4-0 win. Our last 3 matches have been won by that scoreline. Prior to that, only 3 matches all week have been 1-0. And so we really are rattling through the games, aren't we, here at the Super Series? We're going to have another break. When we return, we're going to see Dom Taylor in action, and he's going to be up against Moreno Blom. We're looking forward to this one, so do join us for it in a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Jared Cole has just condemned Jack Main to his 3rd successive 4-0 defeat. It was a fairly routine victory for Cole in the end, and worrying signs indeed for Jack Main, who's only won 1 leg over the course of the 4 games that he has played today. And we can confirm that that means he will be battling it out in Group C for the remainder of the week. That is now confirmed. Jack Main, Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom will all be back tomorrow morning, and of course on Friday from 9:30 a.m. to battle it out for their place at finals night. But we do of course still have that place at finals night to top the Group A table to be determined. It is Jelle Klaasen who currently leads the way at the top of the league standings, but Dom Taylor, who's up next, has the opportunity to make him serve it out in the final round of matches. Of course, we've got 4 more games to bring you on this final day of Group A action. Moreno Blom is the opponent for Dom Taylor in this one, and of course the Dutchman has averaged in excess of 90 in his last 2 matches. But for Dom Taylor, well, he's been one of the standout players today, hasn't he? And from going from Jack Main being 5-2 favourite to top the Group A table, it is now Dom Taylor who is the only person who can stop Jelle Klaasen from getting over the line and becoming the first player to book his spot in finals night. And a quick reminder before we throw to this game that you can book your tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. They are completely free and the play gets underway from 7:30 p.m. So 4 more games left for you in this afternoon's session. Let's tuck into this one then. It is Dom Taylor up against Moreno Blom in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. And if you backed Dom Taylor to win the group at the start of the day, you'll be hanging on to your betting receipt. At the beginning of the day's play, Dom Taylor with the bookmakers was 14-1 to go on and win the group. Okay, he's still got some hoops to jump. However, they're looking tidy odds now.
Absolutely, H. The problem he's got is if he wins this game, he will level things up on points. If he wins it big, he can close that 5-leg difference. But Klaasen is playing Moreno Blom, and I can't see too much resistance coming from him against Jelle Klaasen. And that's in our penultimate game. So it's been a great effort, and of course Dom Taylor still has to play Jared Cole, who
first leg Dom
himself
to
wants to consolidate that place in Group B.
If Dom Taylor loses this match, everything has been decided. Jared Cole will now play Group B darts. Jack Main will be in Group C. Danny Lauby, Moreno Blom will all be in Group C. If Dom Taylor loses this match, the legs difference would be too significant to hit, too significant to blow at this point, and Jelle Klaasen would go on and win the group. Plus 14 to plus 9. Dom Taylor loses this, it'll be plus 8. And so the worst case scenario would be plus 18, and probably Jelle Klaasen with his last game being Moreno Blom, you'd sense that he'd get enough legs in the bank, if not the points, to go on and then win the group.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I think Dom Taylor wins this game, and I think he potentially wins it with something left in the tank. The best he can get to is 20 points, and then it will come down to leg difference. Like I said, I cannot see Klaasen losing to Blom. Certainly on the evidence that we've seen thus far from both.
44.
But following this one, we will go into our final cycle of games. It will be Jack Main against Danny Lauby. Again, I like Danny Lauby in that one, and I like him big. Jack Main seems to have fallen off the edge of a cliff
100.
right now in terms of where his game is. Danny Lauby to win that one 4-0.
100.
11-1 or something.
11-1 with the bookmakers, 13-2 for one. Now, if you're looking at the total legs market, 6-4, they're being under 5.5 legs.
Well, that's the one we've tipped up on a couple of occasions and got right today. I think if I was having a little investment, the smart money would be under 5.5.
Dummy requires 16.
Just looking at the averages of the players across the day,
Game
Danny
first leg, Dom Taylor
should win that one very, very comfortably, as Dom Taylor wins the opening leg here very comfortably with a 16-dart hold.
And this is the thing, Jack Main actually has the third highest average of the day, the 99.83. But he never really responded to that setback, did he, against Jelle Klaasen?
It put him on the back foot, and he stayed there all day, hasn't he? He's had his back against the ropes for the whole day, and he's just been bobbing and weaving.
100.
We will see Main, Lauby and Blom in Group C, where they'll be joined by Mark Dubridge, Carl Wilkinson and Josh McCarthy tomorrow morning, 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which on top of the live coverage, if you subscribe, will have bonus behind-the-scenes content, game of the day, highlights from every single session. So if you have to nip out and do the odd bits during the day, you can watch the best of the action with us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Then remember, 10 p.m. tomorrow and Friday night will be Group B, where we know we're going to see Jared Cole in action there. He's going to be joined by Andy Jenkins, Paul Hogan and Ryan Finesse. The final slot in that group will be decided between Dom Taylor and Jelle Klaasen. One of them will be hoping they're not going to be in Group B because they'll have the first spot through to Saturday night's final, which is a 7:30 start. Tickets are available. Head over to dartshop.tv if you want to come down on Saturday night.
The party in Pompey.
The Darty Party in Pompey.
You get to see me and Henry knocking about if you want a selfie with the legend, Henry Deacon. I'm sure he will oblige. I don't think he's charging quite yet. But yeah, if you're watching via our YouTube channel, please subscribe. There's a big percentage of you that don't subscribe. Don't know why that is, but that seems to be a thing on YouTube. People don't bother subscribing. If you subscribe and hit that alert bell, you will get a notification every time we go live. And like Henry rightly said, we do have bonus shoulder content to bring you.
40. Moreno
And don't forget,
160.
hit that thumbs up button. It's just right below all of that.
If we get so many subscribers, maybe we'll film a
60.
pool match.
Yeah.
Dummy require 141.
Yeah, a bit of live pool on the Modus Super Series channel. Don't think that would go down particularly well.
It would take a while.
Take longer than a few of these games today, that's for sure.
81. Moreno require
Tidies
100.
up, leave 60. Top stops. Did try.
60.
Hit 60.
Dummy requires
Exactly
60.
what Dom Taylor needs for a 2-0 lead.
Just has to readjust. One in the position of the first dart. Can he slot one just underneath?
20.
No, they're both on the wire.
I think he was walking on that
Moreno
second
require
dart.
40.
But sometimes when you let a dart go, you almost feel like that's in.
20. Dummy require 40.
First opportunities Moreno Blom has had at the outer ring.
Game
And he's not going to get another chance in this leg as Dom Taylor doubles the advantage, makes it 2-0.
That's the thing. I like Dom Taylor's attitude, even though, listen, all the players want to be, as you rightly said, in winning legs in 5 visits or less and hitting the big averages. But one thing that Dom Taylor doesn't do, and that's get
41.
upset or annoyed if the legs are not in 5 visits or less. He just takes the leg, takes the advantage, and moves on. That's a great attitude. Do not write averages on the trophies or checks.
The important thing, and it kind of carries on with the theme of the day, you got to act as if you don't care when it means absolutely everything.
Beautifully put.
100.
University education worked out.
Oh yeah, just for that, just for that one sentence. But no, you're right. You've got to throw with absolute freedom and convince yourself it doesn't matter. Where inside it's a bit like a swan on the water. They look elegant, but underneath the water, they're paddling like mad, aren't they? That'll be a good actor as well as a good player.
Moreno require 161.
Much easier finish than Blom's 161.
61.
I tell you what, he actually did well to find a route as well to the treble with that last start. Up the ladder he goes to the top rung.
100.
It's not leg one.
Moreno require 100.
He's getting closer to be on the top rung of the ladder in terms of the table. He's going to come back for 3-0.
60. Dummy require 20.
2 10s for 3-0.
Game shot of the third leg.
And 3-0 it is, and it's quite comfortable for Dom Taylor, it has to be said. 16 darter there, 83.5 average, 3 out of 6 on the doubles. It's just the ruthless efficiency that Dom Taylor has exuded all week.
100.
Yeah, on that snake theme, he's like a boa constrictor, isn't he? Once he's got hold of you, he keeps hold of you and doesn't let you breathe, or doesn't give you much breathing space.
96. $100.
It's going to be hard to beat going forward this week. Dom Taylor.
57.
He's going to be in with a big shout of getting through to Saturday night's final. And then it's very much all about darts on the day, as we've seen
100
Bates on Saturday night.
Don't want to look too far ahead, but even though we're only on Wednesday, I am thoroughly looking forward to Saturday night. I think we could see something really special under this roof.
Yeah, I agree. Could end up with a fabulous combination of players come Saturday night.
60.
Type of list that
Moreno
you're booking for exhibition nights.
148.
Absolutely.
$78. Dom, you require 140.
Well, this would be some way to seal the match here for Dom Taylor. Moreno Blom on 70. And he may not get a go. He will now. He was unlucky there with the dart on the treble 19. But that's not a bad second prize.
No disappointment shown from missing the treble. Stays focused and pops in the treble 10. Maybe all in vain. But the fact that he just stayed straight and true and stayed on the job, found the treble 10. It wasn't a wasted dart. I like that.
How does he respond to the setback of losing a leg? Just by piling in a 140.
Again, no negativity.
96.
I know I've said this a fair bit this week, but he is tunning Moreno into submission. 11 of them.
Very much a theme of his game, isn't it?
100.
11 tons is much better than just 4 140s.
180.
That's the first one in the match there. Goes to Moreno.
55.
Maybe beginning to mount a mini comeback here. Oh, hello.
140.
What's going on?
Like buses, waited ages for one and only got back to back.
$59. Moreno require 85.
Well, I didn't even contemplate the idea of the bullseye.
Dom, you require 147.
Attacked it and nearly got the awards.
He threatened to win it with a 141. Oh, he's not going to threaten the 147. And again, not sure about the start on the 17s, but
57.
each to their own.
Moreno require 20.
This is for a 13 darter. This is much improved for Moreno Blom. But is that the last knockings? Is that the last opportunity?
16.
Because Taylor now returns to 90.
Dom, you require 90.
For a 4-1 win. It'd be a big win, but it wouldn't be a comprehensive one because Moreno has shown moments over the last couple of minutes or so. It looks as if it's only going to be the solitary dart at the bullseye. Well, that dragged low. That's why he's had to step back and readjust. For the bull, for the match, once again.
65. Moreno, you require 4.
A million miles away, was it? Double 2 for a left-hander there. That's not too bad.
Game shot of
Eventually
fifth leg,
gets the
Moreno
double
Blom.
1. Had to rely on it being his final dart of the visit. But it is now 3-2 and back-to-back legs. Very good throw there for Moreno.
This is what I've been talking about in terms of his temperament. No matter what the situation is in a match, you'll never see his head dip.
Nope.
177.
Don't get angry. Get even.
96.
Certainly something harnessable about Moreno Blom. He's the type of player that maybe just needs someone just to take him under his wing a little bit, maybe develop a couple of bits, and maybe we'll see more from him.
Work on certain areas that will improve him as an all-round player.
80.
Like I say, fundamentally, once the fundamentals are down and you haven't got to work on that, the rest of it is just, like I say, it's just adding strings to your armory.
98.
Ran into a Dom Taylor who just well, he hasn't played a bad game all week. He's just been so solid, 86. So consistent.
This another example of exactly
54. That. Moreno, you require 95.
Again, don't like that at all.
39. Dummy require 32.
Well, to wrap it up with a very tidy 13 dart leg, and again, another example of his resilience and
Game
how
shot
he
and a
resists
match, Dom Taylor.
falling into the trap of getting involved in a bit of a scrap. Dom Taylor picks up yet another 2 points, and he joins Jelle Klaasen on 8 points, only separated now by 3 legs in leg difference, plus 14 Klaasen, plus 11 Dom Taylor. There's the numbers, 86.74 the average, very solid indeed, 33.33% on the doubles, 1 every 3. Up next, we enter our final cycle of games with Jack Main against the rapid Danny Lauby.
Well, Dom Taylor has kept things very interesting indeed, heading into our final round of fixtures following a 4-2 victory in that last match over Moreno Blom. You can see the stats there. Blom did fight his way back into that contest, but Dom Taylor was stronger in every department. 4 out of 12 on the outer ring in that one, with 20% checkout success for Blom in that particular fixture. And we can see what that does to the league standings. As I said, just 3 more matches to bring you in our final day of Group A action. Jelle Klaasen and Dom Taylor tied on 18 points at the moment. Klaasen with that superior leg difference, but it does all come down to our final round of fixtures. Of course, it'll be Jelle Klaasen who's first in action. He takes on Moreno Blom in our penultimate match of the session, before Taylor takes on Jared Cole in our final match. So for Dom Taylor, it's a nervous wait to find out whether there'll be anything at all riding on that final match. But first up for you in our final round of games, 2 players who will be battling it out in Group C for the remainder of the week. Danny Lauby taking on Jack Main. So at this point, for these 2 players, knowing that they'll be battling it out for 2 more days, it is all about getting that confidence boosting victory. Which one of these 2 will come out with the victory? Let's find out and rejoin our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. For Jack Main, it'll be about finishing his campaign on a high. Well, so Danny Lauby, he will feel going into Group C, the way he's played, he has got more than every chance of getting through to Saturday night.
Yeah, absolutely. And a huge advantage is the fact that he's had 3 days of board time. And that will be a huge advantage. And he is a very laid-back character. Pretty much plays with a smile on his face and takes it all in his stride. But you will want to end today on a bit of a high. Jack Main has looked, well, a little bit lost. And he will want to put that right.
First leg
The
Jack
last
to
kind of player you want to be
Slovers.
playing in that
Game on.
situation is someone really that you can't affect.
Just to square off the scenarios, if you have just joined us here at the Super Series as we head into
41.
the final round of fixtures. Now, Jelle Klaasen's top of the table on 18 points, level on points of Don Taylor. A victory against Moreno Blom for Klaasen in the next match will see him through no matter what because of a swing in the legs difference. Don Taylor takes on Jared Cole in the final match. Now, he is secure of a place in
100.
Group B on Thursday and Friday night. So we now know the lineup for Group C, which is going to be Jack Main, Danny Lauby, Moreno Blom, and they're going to be joined by Mark
140.
Dubbridge, Carl Wilkinson, and Josh McCarthy. Group B, we know 4 of the 5 players. That's going to be Jared Cole, joined by Andy Jenkins, Ryan Finesse, and Paul Hogan.
140.
Taylor and Klaasen will find out their destinies for the rest of the week in the next couple of minutes.
140.
Glad you cleared that up, pal. Oh, I was going to say, love a max here to leave tops.
140.
That's a good 140. Keeping the pressure on this man. Yeah, stay there.
100.
Couldn't
Checker
quite dink
required
one over the
80.
top. 80 after 12. Double 11.
69. Then he
Just needs
requires
something
80.
like that, doesn't need a click, just to lift his spirits.
60.
Maybe now the shackles are off,
Check
we
your
might
required
just see a
11.
little bit more freedom, and because of that, a bit more of a flow, and the best darts coming from Jack Main over the next few legs.
Good shout. I agree.
Game shot on the first leg, Jack Main.
And when that happens, then you know that it is an issue with the psychological aspect of
Second
the
leg,
sport.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
We see it so often. We see some of the best starts from the players when they think, right, that's it, I'm done.
140.
Because they play with freedom. They relax.
I think the surprising thing for us was the performances over the first 2 days. There was absolutely no telltale signs that we were going to see what the kind of drop-off we saw over the last couple of matches. If anything, we were waxing lyrical about the way he's played. We were waxing lyrical about that.
Well, there were signs on Monday that, and even when he spoke to Abby, that he was still feeling the negative impact of not having retained his card.
170.
Too good, mate. But he seemed to brush that to one side during the back end of Monday, and I thought yesterday he was very, very good indeed. But today,
60.
as soon as the pressure
Then he
really
required
built,
11.
and he found himself in a bit of a dogfight,
Game shot on the second
he
leg,
struggled,
Danny
and that
Lauby.
is a beautiful 11 darter from Danny Lauby. But ultimately, the psychological side of things can be
Third leg Jack to throw first. Game on.
can be dealt with.
That 11 data was completed in 1 minute 11 seconds, which actually, if you consider the fact there's a 10-second time gap between legs, it was done in a minute.
140.
So when you say, hang on a minute, I've just got one more leg to play, you exactly mean that?
Have a look at these averages, Mace.
Yeah, they're stunning, aren't they? Absolutely stunning.
140.
Back-to-back 140s, really piling the pressure on Jack Main here. It is the only way, really,
85.
legally, you can affect your player, or within the rules, should I say, is just by keeping the pressure applied.
57. 84. Then you require 164.
You wouldn't put this past him. You really wouldn't. Wasn't too far away.
96.
He wouldn't have been too far away from the ball either. He does love a bullseye.
He's already had a 170 in this match in the scoring phase.
31. Then he requires 68.
We're gonna have to give that a name. We've got the big fish for it already. Do we call it the salmon if it's in the scoring phase?
28.
Made a mess of that.
Jackie requires 76.
Maybe we call it the Marlin.
The Little Mermaid. Tops of Maine for the 2-1 lead. The opportunity's come and gone, so Lauby looking to hit the target that Maine has just missed, and he is successful in that task.
Even with that messing about, it's only a 16 darter, and more importantly for Danny, it's that all-important break of throw.
First. Game on.
Averaging 106.
99.
And importantly, that was a break of the Jack Maine throw as well. So it's him with the impetus in this match. Reminder, 2 more games after this.
100.
Going to see Moreno Blom up against Jelle Klaasen. And then I'm really looking forward to this last one between Jared Cole and Dom
100.
Taylor. I think that could have the potential of being something very special indeed. Just to whet the appetite for the rest of the week.
60.
Well, we know Dom Taylor will be cheering on in that Moreno Blom game against Jelle Klaasen.
32.
Well, I've got a lovely visit from Danny Lauby to leave that 170. Like you say, he's hit it in the scoring phase.
140.
Can he hit it
Danny
to
require
finish the leg?
170.
Even if he got the 2 troubles, he didn't have to go for the bullseye with Jack Maine back on
60.
201. Only a 60 there opens the door.
He's all show busy to gone for it. They all want one for the highlight reel, don't they?
He is a performer by trade.
45.
So.
Then you require 110.
Double 18.
92. Jackie require 156.
What a marker that is. And one of them would have left himself a dart at double 18. And so Lauby returns with a double 9. A 3-1 lead.
I think sometimes
82.
It's very much a modern element of the game.
On the 4th leg, Danny Lauby.
When you add that situation there with Jack, where he's hit a perfect treble 20, the acceleration from the completion of the backswing of the throw and then going forward, they're trying to really crash that dart in. There's very little finesse, and it's just got to be a bit softer from literally from that point there going forward.
26.
You can see that speed, that acceleration through the air makes the dart unstable. It's too quick. The dart is being thrown too hard. You've just got to soften it slightly, and you just retain a little bit more control. Problem is when you're too aggressive as well, you grip that dart too tight, and then you can't get it out of the hand. You can't open the hand quick enough.
58.
You just got to find a throw that 15. You can replicate over and over and over again.
130.
Muscle memory is the moniker to consistency.
Absolutely, but if you're engaging too many muscles, you're using too many moving parts.
And it's not just that the muscles tense up and it's just so hard to replicate over a long period of time.
Well, that's the thing. When you do grip the dart too hard, you're starting to engage too much tricep. There's
105.
You know, there's a little bit of lat comes into it, a bit too much shoulder, and the forearm becomes tight, and then you combine that all together, and That's where you end up with a couple of wild darts.
134. Then
We'll continue a little bit later on because it looks as if Danny Lauby's going to get this wrapped up
and
wrapped up in double quick time. A 4-1 win against Jack Main, 103.5 average. What a performance to finish Group A for Danny Lauby. He's laid down a marker for Group C and then some. Have a look at them stats. 103.5, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and the sheer amount of 140 plus scoring as well. 7 of them in the match too. Danny Lauby is going to be a serious threat tomorrow and Friday morning in Group C. That is for sure. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to be settling the race for first place and to see who the first player into Saturday night's final is going to be. If Jelle Klaasen gets the better of Moreno Blom after this commercial break, he will be the first man into Saturday night's final. Do join us for that after this short break.
Well, what a wonderful display we have just seen from Danny Lauby, an average of 103.5 in getting the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 1. There were some positives for Main to take from the performance. It was improved from his previous 2, but he does still end the day with just 2 legs to his name. So plenty to work on for him heading into his Group C campaign. Of course, those 2 players will do battle again on Thursday and Friday. That action gets underway from 9:30 a.m. but the next game is all important. Of course, it could be the final game of significance in Group A, because if Jelle Klaasen gets the job done, gets the victory in this one, he will be the first player through to finals night. He takes on Moreno Blom in this one, and Dom Taylor, well, we all know who he'll be supporting in this one, because the only way that that game against Jared Cole in our final match of the session will have any significance is if Moreno Blom can get the victory in this one. Can the Cobra wrap things up then and become the first player through to Saturday night? Let's find out in the company once again of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, this is a big game for Jelle Klaasen. Defeat here would open the door for Dom Taylor, who takes on Jared Cole in our final match of this group, coming up straight after this one. But when myself and Henry break the numbers down, don't give him, Moreno that is, too much of a chance, do we?
No, but there has been glimpses today. I think, as we've mentioned throughout the course of the week, when Moreno runs hot, he runs very hot. We've seen that today. We've seen averages of 90.66 against Danny Lauby. And then we saw later on in the day in that win against Jack Main, he did it with an average just under 94 and 4 out of 6 on the doubles. So the game is there. It's just harnessing it, as we've mentioned with Moreno all week, on a consistent basis. But when you talk about consistency, Jelle has been a class above in that particular department. If you look at his averages today, 96 in that 4-1 success against Jack Main, who himself averaged just under a ton. 92.97. That was a losing average against Jared Cole. He then proceeded to lose with an average of 102.44 against Dom Taylor, and then a 93.94 average in his 4-0 success against Danny Lauby.
So Jelle's, well, lower averages have been around Moreno's bests, which is why I don't give him too much of a sniff in this one. As we know, darts very much all on the day, and anything can happen. But this would be a big shock for me if Klaasen doesn't win this one. He does have, of course, have the added pressure of knowing that it is a must-win game, just to secure his spot in Saturday night's final and give him a much-needed couple of days off. Mark, if you're going to miss, make it a big miss. He left 32 there, going for the ball.
Great setup.
Changed his mind.
41. Jelle requires
the small 18. That's how good he is.
No score.
Wow.
Moreno require 129.
I'll give him the second one.
Pinhead.
Well, double 18's the shot here.
105. Jelle require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Jelle Klaasen.
You can look at me all you like. I don't know.
What I do know is Jelle Klaasen's won the first leg of a breaker throw.
Second leg, Jelle to throw first. Game on.
When he's hit the front.
121.
It's been hard to chase down.
Start calling him Churchill. He was a great leader, wasn't he? He ain't even allowed to say that nowadays. Do you know what I want to see happen? You know, these people offended. I want them cancelled. That would make me really happy.
95.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Daily Politics with Chris Mason. Which, ironically, these days, there is a Chris Mason there on the BBC Politics.
And I know him, yeah. He's a little bit cleverer than me, to be honest, I have to admit. He actually went to school and got some of them kind of GCEs or whatever they're called, and O-levels and A-levels.
82.
He actually is he's a funny guy, really nice fella. He used to often message me and go, I think this message is for you.
140. Jelle require 102.
They were rather abusive and had a element of darts in the moment. Oh, yeah, sorry about that, mate.
Game shot on the second leg. Jelle
Klaasen won't be sorry about that, because that's a 102 out for a 15.
Third leg, Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it used to be quite funny, actually. And then I'd get some messages that were obviously for him.
140.
They were government related.
Intercepted mail.
Yeah.
97.
But who looks better in a suit?
He loses that department.
140.
I wonder if he can actually play darts. I'm sure he would have played in uni.
57.
Everyone has a chuck at uni.
Yeah, but they do after
100.
The Wednesday night 2-for-1. Oh, right, you're on about, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were about something else.
134. Moreno require 121.
Better leg from Blom. Trouble 13 for double 16.
89.
That would have been so good on the eye if that went.
Clinical, wasn't it? Well, almost.
130.
Pressure on the double 16.
32.
Top side. Work around that dart.
Game shot on the third leg, Moreno Blom.
Beautiful leg from Blom. A 14 darter. That'll make him feel a whole lot better.
Fourth leg, Jelle to throw first. Game
3
on.
legs done in 4.5 minutes.
81. 180.
Very, very comfortable all of a sudden.
Dom Taylor is suddenly drawing up a chair in the practice room and is thinking, what's going on here? We're all thinking, what's going on here? As Moreno was beginning to tease us towards the 9.
Well, he's cranked up his average to just shy of a ton, as Jelle Klaasen joins in the 180 party here in Pompey.
Jelle acquire 142.
At the 2 treble 17 and ball route. Now I understand that because you can go to the 25, which gives you the 42 and the 60 for tops. Treble 18 would have left the ball. He'll stay there.
91. Jelle acquire 40.
Just like in the last leg, a bit of pressure on the double. Pressure is for tyres because that is a 13-dart hold.
Proper scrap, 96 plays 97 in the averages, but it's Klaasen who's a leg away from the win.
Game on.
Leg away on Saturday night.
Leg away from
140.
2 mornings in bed, watching everybody else get put through the ringer.
140.
And it will be the way things have been the last couple of days. I generally cannot think of back-to-back days as good as this for a long time.
Yeah, it has been really, really enjoyable.
135. 43.
An opening. Well, 2 trebles. Well,
39.
3 trebles. But none of them he wanted.
An inverted 177.
60.
The darts for the Dutch, he went to the left-hand side.
105. Moreno acquire 118.
Tops.
Game shot of the 5th leg, Moreno Blom.
What a game this is turning out to be. A 118 checkout. Already had a ton plus checkout in leg 2. 102 out for Jelle.
First leg Jelle
Well, that's been trumped.
Game on.
With a 118 for a 15. This is quality.
Can I bring the stop clock out again? Well, 7 minutes for 5 legs.
Wow.
100.
Staggering, isn't it? Absolutely rattling through this. Suiting both.
177.
We so often make reference to how styles make fights. Well,
45.
The tempo makes a tungsten treat. And we're seeing one here.
180.
180 and a 177 in the leg.
190.
And another.
Jelle acquire 86.
Wow.
Game shot and the match, Jelle Klaasen.
In the blink of an eye, that was a real pleasure to watch. And it is Jelle Klaasen who is the first name into finals night on Saturday night. Just take a look at the stats on your screen. Take a moment just to sink it in. An average just under 104. 2 maxes apiece. Moreno Blom has played his best game of the week and has come out the other side with nothing really to show for it. Jelle Klaasen is the first man into Saturday night's final. He can put his feet up for a couple of days. We've still got one final treat for you. It's Jared Cole up against Dom Taylor. And you know what? This could well be the best of the lot. We will see you on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm now joined by the first player through to Saturday night's finals night. Jelle Klaasen, just sum up how you are feeling to be through to finals night.
To be fair, I'm happy with the way I played today. Normally, I'm not a morning person, so I always play terrible in the mornings. But no, my goal was to try to play above 90 every game, and I did that. And yeah, I'm happy with the way I played today.
We were just talking off air. Are you the kind of player that's going to benefit from having 2 days off, or would you prefer to maybe carry on playing through Thursday, Friday into Saturday?
Normally, if I had to pick, I would pick number 2 or 3. So I play in the Thursday and Friday evening. But in our apartment, we have a board, so I will practice every day. So I don't mind the 2 days off.
And coming into today's action, of course, you were the most consistent player on Monday. Going into yesterday, back-to-back defeats to round off the day. How were you feeling going into that game against Jack May, knowing how crucial that was at the time at the top of the league standings?
Yeah, it was a tough game because he was starting to find his rhythm and he was playing well. And that game he was scoring better than me, but I was finishing better, like I've been doing all week. I wasn't scoring brilliant, but I took advantage of all the mistakes my opponent make. And I think today was the first day that I scored well and finished decent. So no, the first game was an important game today.
And when it's so relentless a format as it is here at the Super Series, when you lose maybe 2 games on the spin, what goes through your mind and how do you just recompose, ready to go again in the next match?
Sometimes it's difficult. Like yesterday I lost my 4th game. I won the first 3 and then I lost the 4th game against Dom on the doubles, and that hurt. And then the last game I didn't play that well against Lauby. So yeah, then you think, oh, I won 3 out of 5. I should have won 4 out of 5, and maybe if I would have won the 4th one, I won 5. But no, you have to just you think tomorrow's a new day, and today I felt focused and way better than the first 2 days. So no, I'm happy with the way I progressed this week.
And we always talk about it up here, about your head-to-head records with other players. Of course, Dom Taylor beating you on Monday and Tuesday. As a player, how much does that play on your mind, and how much do you think about it?
I always think about it. Even he beat me today as well. I played well. I was a little bit unlucky with a bounce out the first leg and missing double. I only had 1 dart in 3 legs at a double, but if you hit one of them, the game goes your way. But he was finishing better than me. But it's in your head because I was like, okay, I played 2 times against him. He beat me twice, so I want to beat him now. And he still beat me. So, yeah, but in the end, it's all about where you are in the rankings. And luckily, I'm number 1 now.
Yeah, you are indeed. And going into finals night, are there any aspects of your game you feel that you need to work on going into Saturday?
No, Saturday is totally different. The first 3 days always feels like it doesn't feel like a knockout. It doesn't really matter because you can't get out of the tournament in the first 3 days. So on Saturday I will be more focused because it feels like a knockout tournament, and I will be ready.
And even more focused, Jelle Klaasen. That's an incredibly frightening prospect, I'm sure. But we do have one more match to bring you, so let's get into this one then and hand back to Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very interesting, very honest appraisal there from our group winner, Jelle Klaasen. And so, just one final game to go in Group A, and this has the potential to be a really good one. Both players can now play with a little bit of freedom. We're going to see how Dom Taylor reacts to the setback of knowing he can't now win Group A. But both of these players do have something significant to play for because neither have lost a game yet today. Both are going for 5 from 5 and to top the daily table.
Yeah, someone's O's gonna go. Who will it be? Well, Jared Cole's been backed in. He was 8 to 15, now 4 to 6, 11 to 8, now 11 to 10. Dom Taylor. But more importantly, for me, H, it's all about, and Jelle touched on it, it's all about just the psychology and going into tomorrow night's Group B. Whoever wins this match, when these two meet tomorrow night,
Jared to throw first.
Having that knowledge that the last time you met, you were victorious, will be an advantage. And we've seen the effect it have on Jelle. He was fully aware I'd not beaten Dom Taylor and
60.
Probably didn't play his own game because he wanted to beat him a little bit too badly. And that was the only defeat for the day, was against Dom Taylor, who I think has played
100.
some absolutely rock-solid stuff today.
He's
more than justified currently being in second position.
29.
Both these players are going to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday. If they carry on this vein, you're probably thinking these two got a high chance of going through, and then you're probably splitting 1 from 3 on the players that are coming in.
Absolutely.
100.
Absolutely. These two will be right in the mix. And again, as
100.
Jelle touched on, the vast 99% of the players were night owls. We like to play at night. That's where we traditionally play. And this is a very early start, and it does take a little bit of getting used to.
95.
And I love the fact that I've seen Moreno Blom and Jelle Klaasen arrive in a taxi. They're staying in an Airbnb a good bit out. They've brought a portable system with them, so you know they're practicing at night and they're working on their game. I love that investment. You know, it's a, you know, they're just not rocking up and thinking, well, whatever will be will be.
75.
They're leaving no stone unturned. I love that approach. They've invested in their own ability.
Last time Jelle was here, I remember spending a little bit of time with him just while he was playing in the Saturday night final, and you know, sometimes you don't get a full feel of how a player prepares for things or what mindsets are like or how they go about things until you probably have those conversations and you spend a little bit of time with them. And the more you speak to Jelle, the more you realise how meticulous he is about every single element of his game. Well, are we going to see a big fish here to start? The ball
125.
would have been for the fish, for the king of the castle.
Don't require 82. Game shot on the first leg, Dom
Not for the first time today, Dom Taylor pinning the double at the first opportunity.
Second leg, Dom to throw first. Game on. $81. 96.
You have to feel who's got the most ambition in a match like this. It is tough to play because both players fully aware it's academic. Essentially, who wins or loses this match, it makes no difference whatsoever. Apart from being, you know, today's
134
daily winner.
But there is, of course, you're still in front of the lights, you're still in front of the cameras. There's going to be friends and family watching.
Well, it shows the integrity from both. You know, there's still punters having a go on this one, and they're both giving it absolutely everything. Not, certainly, neither are going through the motions. Both are desperate to win this match. That was a flyer.
41.
And that literally is a timing issue. Just got it all wrong there. Looking at the 19s, but it's a blocker. Treble 20.
97.
Leave 76.
Dom, you require 157.
A high finish is still 150, isn't it?
Which is incredible when you think about it. We have had a couple of scares. Jared just scared the big fish. We've seen the 167 threatened a couple of times as well.
The 160 countless times, haven't we?
Requires 76.
Just being missed on the top wire of tops and the bottom wire. Oh dear, that's a poor one. Double 16, great recovery.
60. Dom, you requires 74.
He did go for double 16. He did go for 14.
15 ball. Make sure the 15 and get a dart at the button. Do not chase the treble. Good man.
49. Jared requires.
Oh, when he does miss the ball, he's very rarely far off of it, is he?
He couldn't soft tip.
Leg, yeah. Jared Cole.
Certainly would. 16 darter from Colt. Instantly break back. One apiece.
Third leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
Just having a look at a couple of
60.
tweets on social media. Cam Crabtree, who we've seen play some unbelievable stuff here.
Wonderful player. When you talk about progress, my goodness.
He's treated to say, what a match that was between Klaasen and Blom. It was a great watch indeed, as
59.
Cam rightly says. We've got
not as good as watch as his debut here at the Super Series. Was it 115.6?
The venue record.
But yeah,
not a bad debut.
His first time under the lights. Love it. And get involved if you've got any questions for us.
100.
Questions for any of the team here at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter.
45.
One of the lads will let me know if it's anything directed towards me.
Actually had a tweet from the champ, Raymond Smith.
Whee!
What's he doing up at this hour?
50.
Martin Adams has hit 10 plus averages recently. It shows age is just a number and how world class the MODUS Super Series is.
Well, that's a nice one, Ray. And you're part of that world class element to the Super Series. A wonderful
45.
champion. Series 2 champ. Wonder how long we're going to have it before we've got a champion of champions.
43.
Got to do it, haven't we?
Got to do it.
Maybe like after a couple of, maybe after Series 4, we've got 4 champions. 2 best runners up make a Group A.
Oh no, I want about 12 of the champions come in. Proper champions of
140.
champions.
Just depends by that point how we get tour
100
card.
grand the winner. I'm brilliant at spending people's money.
You
mate.
are.
It's a bit like work. I can watch it all day. It's brilliant.
100.
I've just heard a knock at the door and they're going to try and take you out now, Chris.
Georgie's like, stop. I spent £1 million of PDC money there yesterday, didn't I? So I'm good at that. As Jared Cole is pretty good on the ton plus outs. There's another. That one's 111. Check out.
Dumb to throw first.
To move in front for the first time in the match. Single 20, treble 17 tops. And our first hold of throw.
Will be preceded by a second if Dom carries on in this vein.
$140.
Super reply.
Just keeps the hand, doesn't it?
It's been a bit of a slow burner so far, hasn't it, this one?
55.
A little bit after the Lord Mayor's show.
Well, especially after following the last game between Blom and Klaasen.
55.
Adds its own little bit of pressure. And you've got to take into account a bit of fatigue.
Already played longer in this match than we did the last.
Have we?
80. 99.
The last one just keeps Dom Taylor aware of Jared Cole's position in the leg. Triple 18's an option here.
100. 59. Dom, you require 86.
Dane Atmara nearly had a cast on his big toe. And that might cast a doubt in Jared Cole. 2-2, Desmond.
Very tidy finish. 180 in the leg
If
and
like Jared to
86 out in 2 for a 14. The averages are starting to climb, mid-80s for both.
44.
Instantly an opening for Dom Taylor to punish.
You're
talking about, you know, the importance of this because people are tuning in. I've actually just having a look across the social media feeds, been told that Jared's family is watching this, being watched on by his mum Eileen, his brother Rex, I believe he's also a county player at Buckinghamshire. I know when the Richardsons are watching, that can be a very competitive environment. Whenever Josh is playing here and I'm on comms, I by and large get a text from James.
It's one of my favourite moments in Super Series stroke live league history was 3-3 and James Richardson hitting the 9 against his boy. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
He was definitely not the dad that let the kid win.
No. Competitive dad syndrome, that wasn't it proper.
Competitive dad done dirty.
That was definitely some darts housery.
133.
Well, we saw him do it yesterday to win the match. The only match he won yesterday. If he wins this, he'll be on. Well, he's on course to possibly win all 5 today. Both players on course to do exactly that. That's what's on the line in this one. Both want to finish after 12. Another. Double 16. Almost dart vu for Jared Cole.
Very nearly twice in a week. I thought that was sailing in. Just thought it had something about it. Again, a player that's so good around the 60. Not sure that's the right option.
87.
Because other people do it, don't make it right. Maybe academic.
16.
Wow.
Dom, you require
This is a
59.
bonus for Dom. Oof. That was a bit close for comfort.
Game shot of the
Yet
fifth leg,
again,
Dom
the
Taylor.
finishing has been such a huge element to the success of Dom Taylor today. No more evident
Six leg
than
Dom
there.
to throw
17
first.
dart
Game
breaker
on.
throw and punishing the mistakes from Colt.
Once you've got the opportunity, how much are you looking forward to tomorrow? Because I think we've got 2 scintillating sessions on our hands.
Yeah, and it's such a different type of group, isn't
60.
it? Well, both of them. They've got so many different elements to it. There's so many different paces involved. So many different characters and personalities.
100.
One thing's for sure. If you show any signs of weakness, you will get swallowed up.
Whilst you've got time for one final shout out, has to go to Scott Mitchell, our country colleague last week, who's tuning into the action.
41.
Yeah, enjoyed seeing Scott at the World Seniors. Carving out a
30.
bit of a career in the comms box, although that's way too early for him. He's still got plenty to offer the sport.
Just glad you flew first in the commentary box last week.
Yeah, we certainly didn't see the best of him at
40.
the World Seniors. Didn't look like he settled at all on that stage, and looking forward to seeing him up there again. 'Cause he is going to be a serious threat. That's a player that can play at a seriously high level still.
Dom Taylor potentially now on the periphery of a 4-2 win here against Jared Cole. The tower
65.
has found some withering heights today. He's given as good as he's got, but it is the Copa who is the man who is automatically through from Group A into Saturday night's final. But will Dom Taylor depart the scene with a moment to savour, a moment to relish, a moment to put on the show reel as he goes for the ball
and the match,
for
Dom
155. What a way to finish for Dom Taylor. Absolutely superb from the tower, who has demolished the king of the castle by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an 85.2 average. High check out of 155. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. It's been a superb day. It's been a vintage day of darts here at the MODUS Super Series, and like a fine wine, it got better as the day went on. But the congratulations goes to Klaasen, as Jelle is the first man through to finals night. In Group B, Dom Taylor and Jared Cole drop in. And then Group C will see Jack Main, Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom go to battle tomorrow and Friday morning. One final job then for us to do, and that is to head up to the balcony and get the final thoughts and reflections from Chris Mason, who is upstairs with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. What a day of darting drama. It's only right that we finished it with that superb 155 checkout. Dom Taylor, how is he going to be feeling going into Group B?
Well, one thing we know about the tower is he doesn't throw in the towel. He's got so much resistance and resilience, and his finishing today, I thought, was absolutely outstanding. He pulled out some great shots at the right times. You hear Michael van Gerwen going a bit so often about doing the right things at the right moments, and he's done that and gone through the card. Tops the daily table, just edged out by 2 points, and one of those defeats over the last couple of days have come back to haunt him, but he'll be more than happy with that, and especially Jared Cole, he finds himself going into Group B. He'll be more than happy, especially the start he made. The one who will be disappointed today is Jack Main.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league table then. As we've already mentioned, coming into today's play, it was Jack Main. We were looking at him at 5-2 to go on and top the group, go through to finals night as the Group A winner, but he's picked up just 2 legs over the course of today's play. How on earth do you regroup going into Group C? Because I know it's a fresh slate. I know players talk about that a lot of the time, but Jack Main just doesn't strike me as the character who does that very easily.
Yeah, we also thought, don't forget, that Dom Taylor could be some value at 11s because he just had that something about him. But yeah, it's a long way back for Jack, and that group C is tough. You know, when you've had 3 days of it and you've got to come back for a 4th and a 5th, fatigue, and you don't tend, because you got to know, you've got to be up so early, you don't tend to sleep that well, and you've got to avoid, of course, going back home, having a nap in the afternoon, and then struggling to get back to bed. And he'll be disappointed, especially the way he played at times today. And there's not too many positives in it. And it started off on what was a positive. He averaged nearly a ton in the opening game. Yes, it was in defeat, but he seemed to be deflated after that and rather be lifted by a great performance. He just didn't deal with defeat very well, and it seemed to hang over him all day. And he's like Moreno Blom, who seems to play with absolute freedom. It's a reset now. We start fresh. And they go again, and that's the mentality you've got to take into tomorrow, whether you're in Group C or in Group B.
Yeah, let's have a little look then at the players who are going to join the 5 players in Groups B and C. But first of all, a word on Jelle Klaasen as well, the Group A winner, and he really, really showed all of his strengths, all of his experience to get over the line in the end.
Yeah, it was classy from Klaasen, and he showed his experience, and he showed that experience of being a champion over multiple different levels, and he was class pretty much from start to finish. We said on Monday he's the one that just stood out, and then he got better over the course of the last couple of days. But yeah, Group B and Group C are very interesting. He's going to have Jinx back involved. It's never a dull moment when Jinx is about. Yeah, it's just all about how they deal with it. Danny Lauby is going to be seriously dangerous. He's unlike Jack. He's not, you know, he will take the last 3 days as practice. And take that into the final 2 days of the week. And he'll be right in the mix in qualifying for Saturday night, and right in the mix for me, potentially, of winning on Saturday night.
Yeah, and when you look at the players who come into Group C as well, who is it that you're most excited to see in action, and who do you think could potentially come through that one?
In terms of winners, you'd be really brave. Group C is always tough because it's only the top 2. I think the 3 going into it, having played for 3 days, are of a huge advantage because they're well prepped, they're well prepared. My only fear would be how Jack deals with it. And dart players have this horrible instinct. If they sense a bit of vulnerability, it's almost like out in a desert and there's a wounded animal, someone will find you, and that's what dart players are like. And I fear for him tomorrow. He's got to Just get that chin up in the air and come back out fighting tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Jack Main responds in Group C tomorrow, but I think it could be the time where Danny Lauby really starts getting those points to reflect the performance levels, but we will find out how things unfold from 9:30 tomorrow morning. That is when Group C gets underway, so make sure you come and join us then. It promises to be a cracker.